Well, again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to sunny Marquette. We'll be a little bit of optimism this morning and see if we can't convince Mother Nature to cooperate a bit. Welcome to the Operation Action UP annual meeting. It's been 2 years, almost to the day, since we last held one of these, and very, very glad to be able to see everyone here today to come out and celebrate a business in the Upper Peninsula. Spend some time talking a little bit about economic development and all of the reasons to be very optimistic about what the future holds on that front. Between myself and my co-chair, Rich Teggy, we look forward to hosting you for a great day today. The format's changed a little bit, and you'll be hearing from Rich a little bit more about the change to the format and what to expect for this afternoon. But with that said, we'd like to get underway with the morning program and just take care of a few housekeeping items. For those who are new to the facility, and what a beautiful facility it is indeed, we thank Northern very much for providing us with the use of this. They have asked that we remind you of the fact that masks are required when you are on campus. Please use your best discretion and try to honor their wishes as best you can. Recognizing that, in fact, again, a bit of good news for today. I heard on the way down the hill that the Michigan Health and Human Services Department has lifted the indoor mask ban earlier today. So I would expect that we'll begin to see some changes, and hopefully we can all find our way on the other side of this COVID sooner as opposed to later. Bathrooms are out the doors, down the left, and you'll find them on the left side of the hall. Again, refreshments are over here to my right. We will actually be doing photographs for the Business Excellence Awards recipients at the first break in the room that adjoins over here, off to my left, and that too is where we will be holding lunch. So with that, Rich, let me turn it to you.
First of all, I want to welcome everybody back. It's nice to see some faces again within our community. It's been too long. I had a long day on Monday with the struggles flying back from Phoenix, Arizona, so I'm sure everybody feels bad for me. But living in a mask, today's announcement, from the state was great. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, I don't know about anybody else, but this whole vaccine controversy, right? I went and got my vaccine, and my pharmacist at Walgreens, he didn't tell me the side effect of weight gain. I don't know about anybody else, but since my vaccination, I've gained about 15 pounds. So I'm blaming that on my pharmacist. Okay, so just a little more controversy there. This morning, we are happy to welcome Brian Calley back to address you on what's happening for small business in the state of Michigan. Brian is the CEO and president of the Small Business Association of Michigan. I have the privilege of sitting on that board and have been very impressed with Brian's focus and direction on where we want to try and advocate for small business. And so the opportunity to have him come up here and address us and make that link between Michigan's Lansing focus to the UP so that we have that connection greater than the bridge is always an exciting piece. And I don't know if we have additional stuff that we have to take care of before then, but I just want folks to know and understand that very appreciative that he'll be here to add remarks and add to the content of the day. We have a day where we're going to have a variety of different sessions focused on development for business owners. And I would encourage you to stay and sit in on those sessions. We'll talk a little bit more about those later near the end of the content of this morning and early afternoon sessions. But it's an opportunity for us to bring more resources and things like that to small business. We as small business owners spend a lot of our time with our head down working in our business. We don't necessarily take the time to pick up our heads and work on our business. And this is an opportunity to do some of that this afternoon. So please take the time to look at that schedule and attend. We're also pleased that we're going to have the director of the MEDC, Quentin Messer, will be joining us for a little cocktail hour sponsored by the folks from SBAM, and it's an opportunity to, again, address some of the UP issues with somebody that can help make an impact from an economic development standpoint here in the UP. So I know we've got some different issues that we have to deal with, regarding OAUP, but I'll let you lead that piece.
Very good. And I, too, would like to personally thank Brian Kelly for making the trip up. For those that were here a couple of years ago, you may recall that he was here and spoke to us a little bit about some of the great work that was being done by SBAM and some of the opportunities as he saw it. And it'll be very interesting to hear his remarks today. I'm expecting we'll receive a little bit of a compare and contrast kind of pre-COVID, because we truly were just ahead of COVID then, and where we are today and some of the things that he's seeing and that they are working on. But we'll hear from him momentarily. Before we get there, I wanted to draw your attention to a few of the items you have on your tables in front of you. First of all, a little bit of a roadmap, if you will, for the meeting here today. Take some time to take a look at that. There's some good information in there, both relative to the agenda for the morning and afternoon session. You'll learn a little bit more, too, about the speakers that you'll be hearing from today by consulting that piece. For those of you who are here today but are not currently members of Operation Action UP, you may find some value and benefit in becoming a member, and there's a little brochure on the table that you can take a look, take with you, and follow up as you see fit. The other piece that we would like to attend to is the annual report. And the one thing that we, the board, do on an annual basis is we produce the annual report. You'll find that it has a pretty good overview of the membership, the listings, a little bit about the businesses that are actually members of the organization. It also provides you a little bit of a historical overview of who the recipients have been over the many years. And again, Operation Action UP has been in existence since the early 60s. So we've been around a while, been celebrating business and the accomplishments of business here in area code 906, and we look forward to being able to do that for many, many years to come. The other item that you'll see in the annual report is the budget that the board is proposing to adopt for 2022, and we'll be looking to take action on that here. And then you'll also find a list of board member nominations that the nominating committee is presenting for the membership's consideration here today. So let me start with the board member nominations, as we do need to take formal action on that. Is there a motion regarding board member nominations to be made from the floor? Looking for a motion.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And do we have support? Joe, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the nominations to be made from the floor? If there are none, I guess I'd be looking for a vote to seat the board as the nominating committee has presented that to you. Any further discussion? Going once, going twice. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have the board. The other item then would be the approval of the budget. And I'd be looking for a motion to approve the budget as presented and included in the annual report on your back cover. Joe with a motion to approve. Is there a second on the motion? Mike, thank you very much. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The budget is approved. Now, before we move on, I have just two other items real quick. First of all, please mute your cell phones and personal devices. I want to make sure that we don't have those interrupting the presentations as we go through the day. And the other item is that I would like to recognize Jeremy Hosking, who's here representing Governor Whitmer through her Northern Michigan office. Jeremy, I thought I saw you. There you are. Glad to have you here today. Thank you. With that, Rich, let's move forward.
Sure. And additionally, too, if there's anybody in the audience that has an interest in being considered for the board of OAUP, make sure you let us know. Any of the folks that are wearing the fancy badges here that you have an interest in potentially serving on the board. We're always looking for good folks that are looking to make an impact, and we'd love to consider you for being part of the board. So with that, we're going to move to the first part of the presentations this morning. Again, I'm blessed to be able to have the opportunity to call Brian a friend, and I've gotten to know him during my tenure on the board with SBAM. My first introduction to him was when he was serving as Lieutenant Governor in the Snyder administration, and actually gave us a great tour of the Capitol on one of my events with the Small Business Association of Michigan. We are lucky we've got 2 representatives on that board, and so, well, I must also consider my friends from Mackinac Island, although all of my SBAM friends from below the bridge claim Mackinac Island as theirs. They are in the 906 area code, just so you remember that. So, but Brian has been a strong force and a strong advocate for small business. He actually has had the opportunity to sit at the table with the governor on many occasions on behalf of small business and representing small business. He has a great insight, and he is truly one of the best advocates that we have, and he is a big advocate of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan as well. And so he's a Michigan State Spartan, also Harvard, so he brings a lot of background, to this, but he also brings a lot of history, in the political realm, and a great connection to small business now. I'm honored to have him as our president and CEO of SBAM. Brian, if you don't mind, coming on up.
All right, thank you, Rich, for the generous introduction. And so I would, I'd point out with Rich being on the board, and then Mark Ware is on the board. So Mark and Liz Ware, and then I don't know if Gina Thorson is here. She could be here later on today for some of the programming, and she's on the board of directors too. So I got all kinds of bosses in the room today. So forgive me if I seem a little bit nervous. Actually, when I think back like 2 years ago when I was here with you for this program, and it was right on the heels of everything changing. And I remember it was kind of on our minds at that time that things were going wrong in other places in the world, and it seemed like it was still kind of a long way off. But just a month later, or far away, just a month later, it was at our doorstep, and really so many things have changed since then. So if we have earthquakes or some other calamity after I'm here this time, I'm probably not going to come back next year. So we'll see whether or not that happens. Just a little bit about SBAM before I get into the program. I always feel like I need to explain the Small Business Association of Michigan is not the Small Business Administration of the United States federal government. Similar sounding names, but not related. We are not the government. We are a private sector association, an old one. It's been around for 52 years. And we have over 30,000 members. And I would point out that talking to Rich back here is Lori Berman. She is head of our membership area in SBAM. And SBAM is the largest state-based small business association in Michigan by far, by multiples. Nobody's even close. We are unusually large, and it's just a testament to how big small business is in Michigan. But if we're number 1 in the whole country, that means that the person who leads our leadership area or our membership area, Lori Berman, is number 1 also in her position among her colleagues in the country. So we just hit that threshold, something that we're really proud about. We work on public policy. That's the part because that's the only part that hits the news. But we also do a bunch of other stuff, just helping businesses to work, as Rich said, on your business, not just in your business, and really focus in on those second stage growth companies, and feel a special closeness with those that are in rural areas. We just tend to really have a strong presence in rural areas across our state, especially. So if we could then now talk a little bit about actually one other thing though. I did always wonder, is Mackinac Island part of the UP or the Lower Peninsula? And I didn't have a dog in that fight, but now that Mission Point is getting an award today, I guess that settles it. The award comes from Operation Action UP. You know that it is in fact settled. So if there's one big thing to communicate today, one point to get across, is that we need to stop waiting for normal to return, because we think about the pandemic as being a disruptor of things, but really what it did is it took disruptions that were already present in our economy and it accelerated them. And since those things were already happening, since there was already a trend line, in some cases a very impressive trend line, toward the adoption of different ways of doing things, and the pandemic just supercharged them or kind of hit a switch, and it happened overnight instead of 10 years. Since they were already happening, there really isn't a reason to expect that they're going to change back somehow now. And so just to give you a couple of examples, there was a time when it was kind of a novelty to pay for your gasoline at the pump. But today it's pretty much ubiquitous, right? But this idea of checking yourself out is not a new concept, but all of a sudden, there are many places where that's pretty much your only option today, and it's a sign of the workforce struggles and this kind of move toward automation. Remote work was a trend that was being adopted at a pretty impressive clip. Nothing compared to what happened after the pandemic. But since there was a movement toward that direction, naturally there's a benefit to getting people physically together, and so it's not like that's going to stop happening. But we shouldn't expect that there's going to be some magic day when everything changes and we all go back to working the same way that we did before, because again, it was already happening. And there's an example, things like remote meetings or telemedicine. These are trends that were already existed, and they started moving really, really quickly during the pandemic. Remote fulfillment, online purchasing, and remote fulfillment. It's changed everything about how retail operates. And it's not just for big business. It's changed the way that smaller businesses have to operate and think about what their marketplace is. In downtown areas where there was literally entire business districts that existed for the purpose of serving office worker traffic, and you think about how we need to strategize on different uses and different ways of transitioning assets in entire business districts from what they were before. If we think about it, like office work is not going to go back to the same as it was before. So those who are serving office workers, what a big change that we have in front of us. And none of it's easy. There's no silver bullet to it. But if we can accept that it's not just a waiting game to go back to how it was, then we can stop wasting time and get to work on it. And that's what I hope that we can come out of this year, having looked back saying, 2022 is a year that we stopped waiting for it to return to normal, and we embraced what it was, and we built around it, led around it. Last spring, when the last of the pandemic restrictions, capacity restrictions, business closures, those types of activities, when those finally ended, we saw pretty much immediately the priorities or the difficulties, the struggles, the obstacle to reaching full potential and recovery. It quickly shifted to finding enough people. And that was a pretty familiar problem, if you remember, before the pandemic. It's not like there were people everywhere. The talent shortage was something that we've been thinking about for a long time. And as soon as there was kind of a pent-up demand, before all these restrictions were finally lifted. And I know that in some places there are still restrictions, but by and large, the regular kind of epidemic emergency powers that limited capacities and caused business closures and so forth, when those finally ended, there was a huge pent-up demand. And then there was a demand for people. But people weren't necessarily ready to just jump back in. People built their lives. They found other ways of working. And so we started hearing straight away about a handful of renewed but more intensified problems. Workforce shortage being number one. We saw it show up in the service industry first, but it quickly spread to almost everything. So we saw some people that decided that they could get by on a single income. By the way, there's a lot of ways you can look at it. Who left the workforce? Where did all the people go? This question comes up. Where did the people go? If you look statistically, though, what the demographics are of people that tended to leave the workforce, there are some commonalities to it. And it can inform us as the appropriate responses that we should take in from a public policy standpoint. First is younger workers, especially those with kids, and especially women. Okay, so Department of Labor statistics will point to that as a demographic that has left the workforce since the pandemic started at a higher clip than most other. Now, that's pretty intuitive, right? It makes sense. But it also helps to inform what the policy response ought to be to it. So if younger workers with children, especially women, have exited the workforce at a higher clip than other demographics, then we can probably assume that the availability of childcare and in-person education has a lot to do with that. And so what should the public policy response to that be? Well, one of those things, perhaps regularly and predictably available in-person schooling, both for tomorrow's workforce, but also today's workforce. And then beyond that, affordable and available child care options. We've actually worked very closely with the governor's office on child care availability that really was, again, another problem that was present before the pandemic but exacerbated through it, multifaceted, all kinds of different issues that are connected to child care. But that's an example of policy response where the data, the macro data, points back to a demographic and a pretty straight line between a policy that can be changed or enhanced in order to win people back into the workforce. What's another demographic? Anybody want to guess what another demographic of people that have left the workforce? Anybody want to guess? Baby boomers, older workers. So this is the next category, and I'm going to go ahead and I hesitate to define what older means. Right, but I'm going to go ahead and use the Department of Labor statistical cutoffs. Like workers over age 55 have left the workforce at a higher clip than workers under age 55. Again, kind of makes sense, but how are we going to win people back that have left the workforce and maybe are just done for good? I'm hoping that many of them will flunk out of retirement and come back to work because it's just too boring, but who knows what'll happen. But we know that we've lost older workers. In Michigan for a very long time, I'll let you in on a little secret, for a very long time to make our economy work, we have relied in Michigan on people working more years than in other places. People work longer here. That's just part of our culture. People work hard for longer than in other places. But that's kind of changing now. People have left the workforce in that demographic, and it hurts here more than other places for two reasons. First, we've relied on more on older workers than many other states, and then we have an older population generally. So it's kind of a double whammy in terms of loss of workforce. Now this one's going to be a lot harder. How do you win people back? And then you put on top of that the fact that an older workforce retiring has created a tremendous amount of opportunity for people to move in their careers. So you've heard of this phrase, the Great Resignation. The Great Resignation doesn't concern me as much as these other demographics leaving for other reasons. The Great Resignation is more about people moving in their career, and there's a lot of transient impact. They haven't left the workforce. They've just gone to something better, and that part will, in fact, it already is settling down. And so there was a lot of turmoil over the course of this past year because of all of these changes that are happening. But we know that workforce, and we're going to get to it in a couple of slides in a few minutes, that workforce is not something that we can expect to snap back. Like GDP, when GDP goes down, like it did during the early months of the pandemic, when it goes down and the economy recovers, it kind of snaps back up. right? And this is what happens. Look at past recessions. You can see this is what happens. If you look at unemployment goes high, and then it kind of snaps back into kind of a normal range when the economy comes back. There's a natural recovery that happens. But labor force participation rate does not snap back. If you look at the last 3 recessions, including the one that we had in 2020, which was very short, but the one that we had in 2020, that labor force participation rate really hasn't come back the way that other economic indices have come back. And so I would put this very, very high on the list of concerns. The second thing, so workforce shortages was what quickly rose to number 1. The second thing was inflation. Now, inflation was something where I think that we can all be disappointed in the slow response that the Federal Reserve had to recognizing that inflation was real, right? We heard this term, transitory, that it was just a temporary impact and it was going to settle back down. And we saw it show up again in certain industries, like in service industry and retail, or restaurants especially. We saw it show up there really early, and it kept on spreading to other places. And it became apparent by late spring, early summer, that it wasn't just a quick impact that inflation was having, but instead was something that was really going to put the squeeze on businesses, especially small businesses that don't have purchasing power or marketplace power in what they charge. So when they sell stuff or buy stuff, the quantities aren't such that they're dictating the terms. Inflation hurts small businesses more than it hurts big businesses. And so inflation started to creep up early. And as we started sounding the alarm bell, we actually took an unprecedented step at SBAN. We focused mainly on state government. We don't spend a lot of time in Washington, D.C. But we actually took the step of opposing additional federal spending, which is just not something we normally get involved in, the federal budget and what they're doing. But we always wondered, how long can you deficit spend and how much can you deficit spend before inflation becomes a problem? Well, we saw year after year after year there'd be $500 billion to $1 trillion in deficit spending, and there was no inflation. Inflation stayed really low, so we felt pretty good about it. How far can you go? And then in this 1 year period, or just a little bit over a year, deficit spending went to about $5.7 trillion. $5.7 trillion. So the answer about when inflation becomes a problem is somewhere between $1 trillion in deficit spending and $5.7 trillion in deficit spending. But we found it, right? We know that it happened and it's real, and it's something that's really putting the squeeze on business. I like to just kind of randomly call on people in the restaurant business, because chicken has been really hard. Like, what if chicken wings, what are the costs, how that changed from, a box of chicken wings? I don't know how many chicken wings are in a box, but I guess they used to cost about $40 and now about $120. I mean, that's a pretty extreme example, but an example of the type of change that has happened. What do small businesses do in response to that? Well, there's a lot of different responses. Sometimes you just don't have things available, or you can't charge what you have to charge to get it, and so you just have to scale back what you can offer, how much you can offer. Sometimes you can raise prices, right? But there's a lot of changes that are happening in both. You put these things together: workforce shortages, and then inflation and availability, and then I'll tack on the third one for the purposes of the broader discussion, which is supply chain disruptions. Now, the supply chain is starting to finally heal. Right, sometimes, it's funny, like, we might not think that we're tied into or connected to the global supply chain, but we all are. Standing here in Marquette, Michigan, everything that we do here is tied to a supply chain that in many cases stretches across the entire globe. And so disruptions in other places, in workforce and supply and just the regular distribution of things, that disruption can have a ripple impact that affects all of us. And so we put those three things together, and these are really tough challenges to deal with. I wanted to share with you the 2021 Entrepreneurship Scorecard report. Now, I couldn't possibly go over everything. In fact, I want to just keep track of the time to make sure I don't go further than I'm supposed to here. But the Entrepreneurship Scorecard report is something that we put out every single year as part of a collective effort with several other organizations that are part of Michigan Celebrates Small Business. That's a 501c3 that SBAM is the managing partner of, but includes a lot of different organizations that are involved in small business. And so we come together, and one of the projects that we do is the Entrepreneurship Scorecard report. One of the other things that we do is to vet and select the 50 companies to watch, a statewide list, and there are UP companies on that list every year, nearly every year, and we'd encourage you to keep track of that and apply. I think next year, because now that I'm the CEO of SBAM, I'm one of the judges, so you know a guy if you apply. I want to point out the first thing is that let's see, a couple margins got screwed up on this, but going into the pandemic, we look at a couple of different indices. So we look at entrepreneurial climate, entrepreneurial change, and entrepreneurial vitality. The reason that we do an entrepreneurship scorecard is because the condition of the entrepreneurship economy, the economy for small businesses and entrepreneurs, it's different than for the economy at large. So you can look at top-line economic statistics all day, and they can be going in one direction. But what's happening for small business can be a totally different picture and story. And so that's why this report was originally started. So looking at entrepreneurial climate, that's like an absolute standing as of right now, where is Michigan relative to other states? And we had been kind of middle of the pack. If you look way back to 2009, the Michigan was kind of back end of the pack. So we went from there to like middle of the pack, but we've been kind of stuck there. Entrepreneurial Change looks at the rate at which the entrepreneurial economy, the small business economy, is growing or moving forward. It's a composite index. A lot of things go into it. But this is an area where, and by 2019, it had started to slow and really fall off, 44th in terms of growth of the small business economy. So going into the pandemic, it was already slowing down compared to what it was before. Again, we had been kind of, we used to be back into the pack. We made it to kind of middle of the pack status, but then it started to fall off. And then entrepreneurial vitality is more of a complicated index, but to oversimplify it, it's like, what is the relative size of the small business economy compared to the overall economy? In other words, it's kind of a big business, small business comparison, looking at the relative changes year by year. And by 2019, big business was already growing a lot faster than small business. That was not the case earlier. We're kind of, again, we had made it from back of the list to middle of the pack for a while, and then had started, so coming into the pandemic, small businesses were already kind of on a relatively shakier footing compared to what had been experienced a bit later, or a bit earlier. So one of the things I wanted to point out, or share, thanks Rich for that. One of the things about the pandemic, I don't say words all day every day anymore, so sometimes when I get into it, I find that my voice isn't quite as strong, but I will not have a problem making through this. So small businesses open, or small business open, this is a new concept. This index did not exist before. It's not an SBAM developed index. The tracktherecovery.org is the one that came up with this. Now when a small business closes, there's no big press release on that. Right? They just quietly close the door. We don't have any way of knowing exactly how many businesses made it and how many didn't. We know some industries struggled more than others. We know that some actually excelled during these times. But we do know that 53.2% of small businesses, according to this index, closed in the pandemic. And so what they look at, one of the big indicators is credit card transactions. If you went from having them to having zero, the assumption is you don't exist anymore. So it's like teasing data out of information that's available to try to estimate this. But the whole nation really struggled, but the nation as a whole was about 47.8%. There's another index which looks at revenue, so small business revenue. And if you look at this trend line, and I know that it's, the legends on it will be hard to see or read, this is available at spam.org, and it's for free. Anybody can download and look at the report in its full context. But you can look at it year by year and quarter by quarter over this recent history. And you can see it dropped down low, it recovered some, but actually really struggled over the course of the entire pandemic. And so it kind of snapped back up a little bit, but then has generally trended down. And it just shows that between different restrictions and so forth that lasted so long, people's habits changed, right? And the place for small businesses and what they did and where they got their employees. If you were last to the table to rehire your employees and all these other changes happened, think about how difficult that made it, right? So if you're at a point where you're operating at 50% capacity for a year and a half, and a bunch of other industries have already kind of hired up. They've taken the employees that are available. The workforce shortage is accelerating. Then you're kind of there left at the end of the day when there's no more chairs left. And these musical chairs, they say that there's a war on talent. Well, no, there's not. Talent won. I mean, it's just such a different environment. But some small businesses close simply because they can't find people to stay open enough to cover the margins. And so labor force participation rate is one that I really, if there's one to point out, to really zero in on, and to maybe help guide decisions in the future, it would be this one, labor force participation rate. Now, what I wanted to do here was to compare in the last 3 times that we had a recession. So a recession means that we had back-to-back quarters of decreased GDP. So it's not how it feels. A recession, not how it feels. This is an actual defined economic term. And so if you were to there's a line in the middle of this graph that goes vertical, and that would be what we would consider the start of the recovery. And going left to right on this, you're looking at the number of months before and after an economic recovery. That top line is labor force participation rate, the blue one, labor force participation rate in the recession that happened in the 2001 time period. So in the 2001 time period, there's a dotted line, says 2001. So that's when that recession started, which was about 8 months before it ended. And I know you're going to say, wait, I remember that time in Michigan. It never actually ended. But technically it ended. Our GDP stopped going down, and so the recession technically ended. So in 2001, about 8 to 9 months before the recession ended is when it started. So look at that line, which is labor force participation rate. It was over 67%. And after the recession ended, that straight vertical line, what did it do? Well, it kept on going down. Now let's look at the middle line, which is the what we would consider the Great Recession. So that 2007 to 2009 recession. And you can see that, again, the vertical line is when that recession ended, when GDP went from negative to growing again. Okay, so when that recession ended, labor force participation rate, which was about 66% when the recession started, was down to, 66.5% or so. But what happened after that recession? It kept on going down. It didn't just jump back up. It's not like GDP. It's not like the unemployment rate. It doesn't just jump back. There are larger and more difficult forces at work here. And then if we were to look at the red line in the bottom, that's labor force participation rate today. And so you'll see that the red dotted line and the solid vertical line are very close together because this was a very short recession. In other words, our GDP shrunk for a very short period of time. When that ended, We did see it jump back up a bit because there was kind of an exaggerated impact on workforce participation because things were required to be closed. Every state has a graph that looks kind of like this. But but when it came back, it did not come back as much as before. And by the way, what I'm showing you here are the nationwide numbers. If you look at everything in Michigan, just subtract about 2% off it. So it moves like the national numbers, but it's just a little more acute here. And it has been throughout the last 20 years. And so if you are thinking about, let me just try to bring this back home a little bit. If you're thinking about decisions to make for the long term, and you're struggling with personnel, maybe your decision point is, do I change my wage scale? Maybe your decision point is, do I accommodate a desire for workers to work remotely even though I don't want to? If you're thinking about making an investment in automation, something that has an upfront cost but will save you over the long period of time because you don't need as many people. If I'm looking at these graphs, all of a sudden the context of making those kinds of decisions becomes a little bit clearer. It's not going to get easier to find people. This is a reality that we have to face. There might be some things that we can change, or there are things that we can change over the long term, but this past year was the first year that deaths exceeded births. We knew that this was coming, right? It had been kind of trending that way, again, in aging population. We knew that this was going to happen, but it happened, again, with the pandemic. It accelerated the trend. It happened faster than what we thought it was going to. But we've had 6 years of replacement rate being iffy across the whole country. And in Michigan, it's been more acute than that. And so we know looking 20 years into the future that it's not going to be easier because we can look at birth rates today. And we know from past experiences with other recessions that when it ends, people figure out how to live in different ways and they don't necessarily come back. We never got to the third issue or the third characteristic of people who have left the workforce. It's actually stronger and more predictive than age or younger with kids. Somebody want to take a crack at this? This is not really the way the statistics are normally considered, but what's a characteristic that would allow somebody to leave the workforce at a higher rate than others and still survive? So government subsidy was an answer, and there was a period of time when that was a big factor, and that has gone away, and it hasn't solved this one, though. Well, I shouldn't say it's gone away. The extra part's gone away. There's still plenty of government subsidy out there. How about this? Married. Married. People who are married have left the workforce at a higher clip than those who are not married. And it kind of makes sense, right? You can't go from income to zero income, but in most families, you have one person who is kind of the main earner for the household and one that is more supplemental. And so those who are married have left. And again, I don't know that we've lost those workers forever, but I do know that they're in a position where they can be more circumspect about how they re-enter the workforce. It's going to take more to win them back. And so labor force participation rate is going to continue to be a very difficult issue. But there's really something awesome that has happened in the middle of it, is that people have turned to entrepreneurship at higher rates than we've seen in a very, very long time during the pandemic. So our Entrepreneurship Scorecard was published last fall, so these stats go through August, and it started to cool off by August. But it's kind of a busy chart, but if you look at that orange graph, that is the 2001 month by month new business starts. And these, we pulled out just the ones with planned wages so that we weren't considering, like, somebody started a company to be a property holding company or something. These are just the new business starts. When you file your employer identification number, you say whether or not you are going to have wages. You're going to have employees of the business. These are just new business starts with planned wages. And you'll see that that orange line, which is each month of the first half or the first 8 months of 2021, compared to the same month in 2020 and 2019. See how much higher it is? I mean, that's really, really exciting. And it's kind of counterintuitive. You'd think, wow, the world is a riskier place. Half of the small businesses have gone out. Why is it that people are looking at it and seeing opportunity? It's a darn good question, and I don't know the answer to it. I have some theories about it, and I think we will learn more about this over time. But I think there's a big message to send, again, into the system, right, into the policymakers, that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity in ensuring that small and new businesses have a great environment to succeed in. Because look how many of them are starting. And not all of them are going to make it. We know this 5-year survival rate, it goes up and down, but it's tough to make it through those early development years. It's tough to go through growth periods as well. But this spells out opportunities. Now, why would it be higher? Well, it could be that, the pandemic reorders things in life. Life's too short. I've always wanted to do it. I'm going to stop waiting, and I'm just going to go and do it. Or it could be that it's more of a side business. Like before, you had to decide, am I going to leave my job, which has, benefits and regular wages, and then go off and do the business? I mean, with remote work, maybe people are able to do both. I know of some examples where people are doing both. And so maybe that circumstance has changed a little bit. I mean, there are a lot of different reasons why this could happen, but regardless of the reason, the idea of focusing on creating a better environment for small businesses to succeed, this data would suggest that there would be a good value in doing that if we care about things like economic growth and employment and strength of communities across the entire landscape, not just in the population centers where the bigger companies live. Now, this is a spaghetti graph, where it's really busy, but if you look at the bottom part, this is kind of this was good news, right? This is taking a little bit of the edge off it. There are other states that we at the Small Business Association of Michigan hold up as strong entrepreneurial states. States that have entrepreneurial economies that outperform. We're not talking about the top line economic statistics here. We're talking about small business. These are the states that we can look at according to our indexes that we started with that do really well: Colorado, Georgia, Maryland, Washington, North Carolina, and Utah. And so you can look at the way that, remember on that chart a few minutes ago, how the small business starts had kind of trailed off. That Michigan is the bottom line there. So you can see how that blue line kind of trailed off. And it's still at a moderate level or a normal level of new business starts, but it trailed off. These other stronger entrepreneurial states, it didn't trail off that way. It went down some, but not as much. And they've really stayed pretty high, including in, people don't necessarily think of Washington State as a strong entrepreneurial state with, they have huge corporate headquarters there too. But it really is and has proven to be over time. It makes sense to really dig into these states to see how are they supporting their entrepreneurial economies, and the new business starts have been more resilient there than in many other places in the country. A little bit of good news or hopeful news to share is that we should expect right now for things to really turn on compared to the last two recessions. I've only got the 2008, the Great Recession here, but if you were to look at that shaded time period, that's the time when we were in recession, in formal recession. Again, I know it feels like the 2001 through 2009 was like one big recession for us, but there was a period of time in between when the GDP stopped shrinking. But if you look at, in this case, we're talking about establishment growth, so we've got the growth in new businesses. You can see after the last recession that about a year later, you saw new business growth take off. That's what we've seen today too. And then if looking at employment growth, we saw the same type of thing. More of a straight line after the recession, employment growth came right back. In Michigan is the light blue line, so you see it was a little bit more delayed here, but it did come back. So this is the time, like right now is the time when we should expect establishment growth and employment growth in our state. The frustrating part, because there's demand for it and we can feel it, the frustrating part is finding the people to fuel that growth. And then, I've got a conclusion here. We did a survey. I'm going to share some of those survey results in the last 8 minutes of our discussion here. But the conclusion that I wanted to leave you with on the Entrepreneurship Scorecard is that the top-line economic recovery is solid. I think that that's important and it's good, right? I don't want to take anything away from that. The overall economic performance is heading in the right direction. We could look at GDP, we could look at the Comerica Coincidence Index. All of that stuff is in the report. It is heading in the right direction. Small businesses are not experiencing the same rate of recovery as larger businesses are. And that's really what this Entrepreneurship Scorecard is meant to ferret out, is that you've got a lot of things moving in the economy. And I could point even on individual industries where we say, look, this industry is, take the restaurant industry, right? Are they up or down? Well, it depends, right? If your business was literally designed and your food and packaging was made for takeout or delivery, then you probably just had the best 2 years of your entire operation. But if what you were selling is experience, people being there present in person with you, you may have struggled to even keep your doors open. And that keep your doors open for a lot of different reasons. Maybe because you couldn't find chicken wings and the most popular thing on the menu, or you couldn't find people, or you had to reduce and it wasn't enough to cover the overhead. But small businesses are not experiencing the same rate of recovery. Michigan is still, at this point, I think it's safe to say that the small business revenue and closure experience in our state is about 10% worse than across the country. And so the fact that we were kind of coming into the pandemic, we could see with those indexes that it was kind of softening, that the footing wasn't as strong, and so it deserves attention. But it doesn't mean that there's not demand, right? This is the most frustrating part. I don't think it has to be that way, but for the fact that we have rising costs and staffing shortages that are really squeezing the margins and holding back reaching full potential, small businesses from reaching their full potential. But there's reason for optimism, but also caution. There are a lot of new business starts, and we should pay close attention to that. I'll just go real quick through our most recent survey. I like to compare this one with this one, all right, because I think this tells the story about small business. So go back to the first one. So first we ask just how are you feeling about the prospects of your business, how well your business is doing. And so these, the different colors are different. We asked in June, we asked in September, and then in January, so 3 quarters at a time. And while the numbers changed a little bit, you can see that those who are feeling somewhat optimistic over how their business is going to do in the next 6 months is the biggest. It's the plurality, so somewhat optimistic. In the short term, I'm somewhat optimistic. I've noticed this about entrepreneurs, that they're very optimistic people, but you kind of have to be, right? In order to even have the audacity to try something like this, you have to be optimistic. But when we ask the question about how do you feel over the long term, look what happens. Very optimistic is the biggest one. I love this because it tells us, and it's been so consistent, as long as we've been asking this question, that there is like this attitude or spirit, which is that whatever it takes, I'm going to do it. Somehow, I'm going to make it. And so when we ask this optimism question, we saw during the pandemic that there was more pessimism, of course, before. And so these numbers have recovered somewhat. But one thing that is very similar is that the long-term outlook is always better than the short-term outlook with entrepreneurs. So we also asked, are you experiencing higher cost increases compared to normal times? Again, normal, what is normal, but compared to pre-pandemic. And Increasing we asked this the last 2 quarters, increasing somewhat or increasing substantially, both about equal, but if you add those together, it's about 4 out of 5, more than 4 out of 5 businesses are dealing with rising costs. And then how significant are the supply changes? Moderate impact was the answer. This was this was a new question. We didn't used to ask about supply chain challenges. That was for General Motors before, but now it has really hit everything. And so we will track this one over time too. But there were very few businesses that said no impacts in supply chain. But people have had to change vendors a lot. It's a lot of extra busy work that doesn't necessarily add value to the business over the times before the extra work had to be done. We asked about offering flexible and remote work options. I thought this was an important one to share with policymakers too, that the largest one are the ones that say that's not applicable. In other words, there are a lot of small businesses say, you just can't, in my business, you just can't do it that way. I think about later on, Gina Thorson from Stormy Cromer will be here. I mean, what are they going to do? Send the sewing machines home with people? Right? People have to come in to make the stuff, and so not all businesses can just go to a remote work environment. So when we do ask employers about what they're doing to attract workers, we see that there's a bunch of them that are offering remote work options or more flexible schedules, but that doesn't work in all types of business. And in this case, it's about half of small businesses tell us it's not even applicable in the way that we run our business. And then we ask about gross revenues and how did they compare to the previous year? And we ask this again quarter by quarter. And I want to just point out though that that orange line, so that's the most recent one. You'll see that one has been getting bigger, and as you move across this graph, that means your sales are going up. Okay, so just kind of a quick, you want to see that graph go up as you go from the left side to the right side of the graph. Well, it wasn't that long ago when you were seeing the light blue, which was the quarter, that it was going down. So there were more experiencing decreases last year. By the time we surveyed in January, more were experiencing increases in sales. Now, don't get too excited about this because, well, an increase over a diminished base is like where are you going to go except for up, right? You lost a bunch of sales. We can see from this graph in the light blue that last year that a lot of businesses lost sales. The good news is by January, they were seeing increases in their sales. In other words, getting some of that action back. And then looking at the year ahead, do you expect your gross revenues, what do you expect them to do? Most of them are expecting either neutral or moderate increases. Those were the biggest survey responses. Again, 2 quarters of answers for that one. And then asking how is COVID currently impacting your business? Large negative and small negative are the 2 big ones, and that has been the case throughout the entire thing. I expect the reasons behind saying negative, because we'd think, all the restrictions are lifted. Why are you still saying it's affecting your business as negative? And it's because we still have the hangover of workforce shortages and supply chain struggles and inflation, which are all tied to either the pandemic or the government's response to the pandemic. And then are you having a hard time keeping your business fully staffed? And what we see is that pretty even between businesses that are saying, no, it's no harder than pre-pandemic times, some that are saying, yeah, it's somewhat harder, and others that are saying it's significantly harder. Significantly harder is, each of these are about a third, and that hasn't changed much in the last couple of quarters. And so it's at least somewhat harder for 2 out of 3 businesses, and it's a lot harder for 1 out of 3 businesses. Again, according to our membership survey, and ours is the best because we have 30,000 members. So the other thing that we had asked, just generally speaking, we didn't make them pick which one is the most serious, but we gave a very long list of issues that could be a problem, and what are the problems facing your business? And the top 3 were workforce, inflation, and supply chain. So not particularly surprising, but I do want to point out that we asked about, and very few said access to financing or capital. And we hear a lot about that in terms of the government response is access to capital, access to capital. Well, banks and credit unions are sitting on a lot of capital right now. And there isn't a lack of money to lend. And so we're not hearing from our members like we were, say, back in 2008 and 9, that access to capital is one of their main problems. Really focusing in on these three makes the most sense. So I really appreciate the invitation to be back here today and to just share what's going on across the country, around the state, within different industries, especially those industries that dominate the landscape in more rural areas, small businesses. And in this, I think that this scorecard report is really quite instructive. But if there's one takeaway from the whole presentation, it is that if you're still waiting for something to change, stop waiting. These issues that are with us today are not going to snap back. This is the environment we have to work in, and this is the environment we have to figure out how to be successful in. I also want to encourage you to stick around for the sessions later on today too, because there's a great opportunity for to really engage in a discussion on some important issues. Again, you work in your business every single day, and working on your business is something that we hope to do together with you this afternoon. Thank you all.
Thanks, Brian. Is this on? We've got a few minutes for some quick questions, and would encourage you, if you have some questions of Brian, to bring them up. Just raise your hand. We've got a couple mics we'll bring around the room. Great content, and what SBAM does as far as collecting this data. I've got a quick question for you, Brian. I know you interface with the governor and the other folks in the Capitol quite a bit. Is there any business-focused legislation that's coming forward that we should be looking at, or finding ways to get behind? I know the advocacy for small business is a big part of what ASBAM does.
Yeah, there are several issues. There's no silver bullet, but there are several issues. First is that implementation, there's a lot of resources allocated for child care services. Availability of child care in the UP is more difficult than most other places, and it's not easy anywhere in the state. And so ensuring that things like the tri-share model gets a pilot, the early childhood education slots that are kind of weaved in together with child care, that those are made available to smaller providers will also make it so there's a lot of implementation issues around the child care resources. So great job with making the resources available, having your child care providers to the table with your business community. If you're not already doing that, please consider doing it. Another one is that could be changed administratively right now. This one is for Washington, but H2b visas. These are temporary work visas that a lot of, especially the tourism industry, relies on. They have a cap of about 33,000, and they could just increase it to 77,000 like right now. They could just administratively do that. You might ask the question, well, why don't they? I thought it was just Republicans didn't like immigration. It turns out that there's some difficulties with unions as well, and so Democrats aren't so quick to make these types of changes. But if something doesn't change with H2b visas, you will not recognize next summer in northern Michigan. It will look very, very different. And so something has to give. Reaching out to, now your member of Congress is actually supportive of this, but it needs to be administratively changed. And the Biden administration could at least take it to 40,000. Nationwide, there are 130,000 applications though. And so even taking it to 77,000 only gets you halfway there. And then, so one policy change that we're pushing for is that anybody who has been here before and didn't break the law and followed all the rules doesn't count toward the cap. So that's like a way to kind of have your cake and eat it too. Sidestep all of this debate on what's happened at the southern border and all that. and we're just talking about temporary worker visas, and that absolutely must be solved. So, encouragement to our senators, especially, I think would go a long way. We have a meeting coming up with one of our United States senators on this topic, and then don't miss your opportunity to apply for the afflicted business grant, which will open up on March 1st. This is something that when the big business incentives were working their way through the process, we don't step on the toes of, we didn't take a position on that. As $1 billion fund created to help General Motors put new battery plants in Michigan. That's all fine, but we took that as an opportunity to say, but small business is actually, everybody says it's the backbone of the economy, right? We have a drinking game at SBAM. Every time a politician says backbone of the economy, we take a drink. But thing is, we love the words, but we want the actions to follow it. And so when we saw that go through, we said we want to see then small business support come alongside of that. And the afflicted business grant application, it's kind of a plug and play. I think Treasury, it looks like Treasury is doing a really nice job at the application they showed us last week. And so I'm hopeful that it'll run smoothly, but the idea is if you're one of those industries that was shut down for the longest or restricted for the longest period of time under the pandemic emergency orders, you still had to pay stuff. You had to pay the government property taxes. You had to pay unemployment insurance payments. You had to pay licensing fees. And the idea is if you had to be shut down, you ought to get some of that refunded back to you. So that's how the grant is based. And don't miss your opportunity. March 1st, watch SBAM's website, and we'll have some convenient links for you there. All right?
Well, excuse me. Well, very good. Thank you very much, Brian, for being here and speaking to us today. Very informative, and we very much appreciate the information and the perspectives you've brought. Before you exit, let me attend to one other item of business. Again, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but you'll be here throughout the day, and I believe even at the reception this evening, where SBAM is a sponsor. So for those that may have additional questions or would like to have a bit of a conversation with Brian and the SBAM team, please seek them out through the balance of the day. Well, if you're following along with the agenda, you know that we are at our first networking break. Let's go ahead and break. Let's be back promptly at 10:30, where we will begin to move on to the next part of the agenda. Thank you.
So a big part of this event on an annual basis has been honoring a variety of the businesses from around the UP. And this particular business, I've had a chance to meet and work with Matt Johnson when he first began kind of helping to pave the road for Eagle Mine in its many iterations as it finally got the different approvals and really has proved itself as a great partner in our community. I'm still hoping that they are doing a lot of drilling out there and find some more ore because they have been a great piece to our community. And it's gone well beyond the jobs that they brought. It's gone well beyond, the different things that are happening in those smaller communities where the mine and processing is located. They've made investments in small business in the UP, making access to a variety of different pieces there. And of course, they've sponsored a lot of our community events. And so they've been a great community citizen, I believe. And that's part of what we consider when we look at these companies and the opportunity to recognize them. To say a little bit about Eagle Mine is a multi-award winning underground high-grade nickel, copper mine located in the western Marquette County, as we know, up north of Big Bay, off the AAA road. So it's nice to have a nice, strong paved road all the way up to the woods. The first mine permitted in under Michigan's Part 632 non-ferrous metal material mining law, and the nation's only primarily nickel mine. And if you know anything about the electric vehicles, you know how important nickel is to part of that process. The mine is expected to produce 440 million pounds of nickel and 429 million pounds of copper and trace amounts of other minerals over its estimated mine lifetime. Today, we're privileged to have Darby Stacy, the Managing Director of Eagle Mine, with us today. In our brief conversation, Darby said that as I asked him about his role with Eagle Mine, he said, well, it's morphed a few different times since he first came and got involved with Eagle. So I'll let him talk a little bit about that, but he has a strong focus on safety, and he has a big focus on the environmental protection, and that was always a big concern for us as citizens in the county, was how that impact would be. I think all of us are thankful for stewards like Darby, making sure that those kinds of things are top of mind and are important not only to us, but very important to the mine throughout its lifetime here. So I'll let Darby explain a little bit about his background and how he got here and what's happening out at Eagle. Our first award recipient is Eagle Mine, Darby Stacy.
Thank you for that introduction. What I'd like to do is just tell a story, I guess my background with Eagle Mine, a little perspective, and focus on more of the how I think we do business, how we won this award, rather than the what and the why. So I first heard about Eagle Mine, it was 2007. I was working at a silver mine in Alaska, out on an island, and it really struck me, why in the world would there be a base metal mine in the upper Midwest? It just didn't make sense. I'm from the West, so it stuck in my head. And for those of you that know anything about mining, it's a really, really small, tight industry. So as mining would have it, in 2012, I moved here with my wife. We moved to Ishpeming, and we were part of the project to build the mine. I have a processing background, so I helped to design, construct the Humboldt mill, the brownfield job that we did out there. And in that time, we hired a lot of good people and got the operation up into steady state back in 2014. So the end result of that first trip to Marquette, two babies, two Bell babies there in Ishpeming, and our family grew a little bit, as did many families of all the people that we hired, what we call the Eagle babies. Very young workforce, I think, on average. We're pretty proud of that. So in time, opportunities arose for me, and I got recruited to move back west and work at a couple of different operations in 2018, 19, and 20. And it was during that time that I really realized kind of how special Eagle Mine was and the way that we did business. The outstanding community. It's pretty rare that you can live in a community like this and be a half an hour drive to your work site at a mine. That is uncommon. So all those things kind of crystallize as experience does. You can kind of look back and it puts some light on that and some perspective. So I grew a lot during that time. And after a couple of years, the phone rang. It was Eagle Mine recruiting me back into this role as managing director. Now rewind, we've talked a lot about the pandemic. March 1st of 2020 was my first day on the job. So it's kind of been pandemic all the time for the last 2 years, and it's new to be doing something like this in the role, which is kind of what I expected would be more of the time, but it's really nice to be doing this and to accept this award. So the second time we moved to Marquette, this time a couple of kids in tow, a little bit more difficult with the pandemic and everything, trying to manage our business and navigate through those early days. So I'm right about 2-year anniversary at Eagle, and I'm proud to say that the business is running great. We've had 2 of probably our best operational years ever. On the safety front, we've won the very prestigious Sentinel of Safety Award that's awarded by National Mining Association. We've won that 2 years in a row. That award's been awarded since the 1920s, and there's not a lot of companies that can say they've won it twice, and we can at Eagle. So again, it's the how that I want to talk about. How do we do this? Our community involvement, our safety, the business, and it really comes down to the values. And we've instilled these values into everybody that works at Eagle. So our values of safety, integrity, excellence, and respect. And we truly incorporate those into all of our daily decision-making, and you can see it reflected over time in our business performance and ultimately our reputation. So specifically on the safety front, we manage safety proactively. All of our metrics, everything that we measure, it's all on the up front, which is it's a pretty big culture shift. You just have to trust the process that if you manage that way, the injuries won't happen. So we don't want to manage things after somebody's already been hurt. We embrace transparency with our employees, with the community, with the regulators, especially when it's uncomfortable. That's kind of the cue when you need to be talking, is when something's uncomfortable and you don't want to talk about it. That's integrity and respect, and that's something that we hold true, again, throughout the business. Our community strategies, they're short and long-term. We don't do a lot of splashy publicity stuff. We really try to figure out the right investments to make, the right partnerships, really thinking about the long-term investments that we make. Eagle will close one day. We will not be here to generate the value that we do in the programs that we participate in. They need to be sustainable after we go. We've got this window of time to figure that out. So again, excellence and respect, all these values and kind of how we run our business. So rewinding now, why is there a base metal mine in the upper Midwest? There's a couple of reasons. I think it's number one, the people. The people that we have in the UP, we have a very high local hire rate that we've been able to build Eagle with. No experience in this type of underground mining, base metal flotation, no experience. And they trained up so quickly and they run the business the right way. So we have an incredibly talented workforce. And even with a great asset, it comes down to those values, because you can wreck a great asset and you can run it the wrong way. And we just haven't done that. So we've been gifted with a great property, great people to work there, and that's why we have the success that we do. Last week, our CEO from Lundin, Peter Rockendale, was on site, his first trip to Eagle. And it was a lot of the feedback that we've heard many times, so safe, so predictable, so steady. But he said one thing that I was really proud of is that in every engagement that he had with our employees, he could feel the pride. And we talked to a lot of people, but he could feel the pride, and it just stood out against all of our other operations around the world. So that's the perspective, I think, on the how we do business. It's not easy. It's something that we do need to hone and work on every day. So what's new? And for those of you that don't know Eagle Mine, we're a 2,000 ton a day mine. We've been in operation steady since 2014, 24/7 operations all year long, a very conventional processing. And when we say high grade, the head grades, the ore that we mine really is some of the richest stuff in the world. So blessed with a very good asset here in the UP. We truck ore from our mine up in Big Bay out to the Humboldt Mill, which is in the west side of the county here. And at the mill, we process it into a copper concentrate and a nickel concentrate. That we sell to our customers in Canada. We ship away on rail cars a couple times a week. The tailings from our process are stored in the old iron ore pit that Cliffs operated back in the 50s. So again, kind of a neat full cycle thing that we're pretty proud of at Eagle, that we're able to use a brownfield facility that's already impacted by mining and keep it all on the same site. There's some production stats here. I want to kind of share, not what I'll be talking about on this is really kind of what's going to happen with nickel, the EVs, nickel demand, and just put some context in there. So Eagle Mine, we are the nation's only primary nickel producer. And we're within a rounding error of 100% of the nation's nickel production. So you can see the stats there, and you can see the world production. So about 2.5 million tons of nickel are produced each year. We produce 15 to 20,000 tons a year. So if you do the math, anywhere between 0.5% and 1% of the world's nickel production comes from right here. Copper, we're a much smaller player. It does help out the bottom line for Eagle Mine, but in terms of worldwide copper production, we're much smaller. Cobalt, this is a byproduct. We don't do anything in our process to get more cobalt or get less cobalt. It just comes along for the ride. That's a very important battery metal. And we are, depending on the year, 60 to 80% of the nation's cobalt production as a byproduct. So just kind of context of our scale of things. So what is nickel used for? This chart that you're looking at here is from 2017. Nickel's used in stainless steel primarily, so 70%. It's safe to assume that a large piece of the nickel that we've ever produced here has ended up in stainless steel somewhere around the world. You can see batteries make up about 3% of that, and then the rest of the metallurgical demand for nickel. But here's what's going to happen in 2030. Again, stainless steel is still a major user, but look what batteries did. So batteries grew tremendously and kind of took a wedge of the pie away from everywhere else. Now those other pieces of the pie aren't necessarily getting smaller, it's just less of the share. So supply and demand, the line graph there, the red forecasted demand for nickel, and we see kind of the supply falling off. So they're forecasting this kind of gap that's going to increase, and we'll see that, potentially reflected in prices. And as macroeconomics should work, prices and more investment, more mines should come online. Mines take a long time to come online, so when we get into these gaps like that, it can really hit the price hard. There you can see kind of the same display of the battery part of this, just taking a bigger and bigger piece of the wedge. So what does this mean for Eagle? This is changed really quite a bit. We're getting a lot of attention in the last 2 years. So the first, I think it's like a crossroad for two reasons why we're getting so much attention. The first, we're the nation's only nickel mine. Everybody needs nickel for these EVs. We're right in Michigan where they make these cars, so that's bringing a lot of attention. Hey, people just really don't know. On the other side of it, with the mining community and these people, we see the supply-demand gap widening. How do you do it? Everything is run so well at Eagle. Your environmental performance is best in class. Your safety performance is best in class. So mining companies that know about Eagle are also bringing their attention to us on how to do it. So it's this crossroads of attention, which is interesting in perspective, I guess. When we started up 10 years ago, it was a lot of trust us. We promise it's going to be fine. It's going to be great. Now we have a seat at the table. You could call it credibility. And so it's been really, we're proud to have that seat at the table and proud to be part of the conversation. Our journey. So again, just kind of saying that our responsibility has matured. We're not a startup little mining company anymore. You can see our road discovered in 2002, all the different checks along the way in our current spot. We have our life of mine goes through 2025, at which point we start our closure process at 2026 and beyond. You mentioned drilling, and we are still drilling. We're drilling underground. We're not doing any more surface drilling. So we're really focused on potential extensions or what's going on beneath our ore body, in and around. So we're at roughly 3,000 feet below the surface where we're drilling. And really the purpose of that, you can't expect necessarily to get something, but as long as I'm going to be in this role, if there's nickel down there, we're going to drill and make sure that we got everything that we could, because the asset, the investment, all the work that we've done to get to this point, it'd be a tough thing to leave anything down there without being sure. Now, that's not a promise there's anything down there. It's probably a pretty slim chance, but we're going to keep trying. So that's kind of what's happening here in the future and with drilling, but again, just through 2025. So I guess to wrap it up, maybe another story about our seat at the table and the story that we need to share. So we had a chance, Matt and I, at Michigan Tech a couple of weeks ago to talk to the new class of mining engineering students, pretty small classes. They're getting that program growing again. And we speak to them, what are your concerns, going into the work environment? And their biggest concerns, they weren't technical. We don't know if we're going to be good leaders. We don't know if we're going to be able to supervise people and really bring them along, which that's not something I was necessarily worried about as a senior in college. So the fact that they're even worried about that tells me we're in good hands with this generation that's coming up. But I was able to share a story with Eagle on that and really brought it down to the values. You're going to work for companies out there. You're not sure who it's going to be. You might be working for yourself. You might work for a good company. You're probably going to work for a bad company somewhere along the line. And you've got to have a personal set of values that you don't bend, that you don't barter with, and just live by that. And figure those out now. Figure them out really early in your career, because it's going to be a journey, especially in mining. You're going to be around. And that's the type of story that we need to tell at Eagle. I learned that at Eagle. I learned that when I was away from Eagle. So that's something kind of giving back to the next generation. So thank you. This last slide, this is a picture from our underground mine. We did drive a Porsche out of the mine in September. So kind of a cool event that we were able to do and rewind 10 years ago. A company with the reputation of Porsche calling us never would have entered our mine. But if you Google Porsche and Eagle Mine, you can watch a pretty cool video. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to call up Joe, Mr. Esbrook, to introduce our next award winner.
Okay, so in late 2014, Mission Point Resort was purchased by Dennert and Suzanne Ware. And if you've heard of Mission Point, you know it's on Mackinac Island. And so I was just thinking, you know, Mackinac Island has like I span about 4 decades of experiences on Mackinac Island. So they've called me up here to like stop the debate whether they're Yoopers or they're downstate trolls, right? So answer these 3 questions I have. So in the late 80s, I was in charge of turning on the phones on Mackinac Island. We had 99% of the phone business over there. And when I'd go to Mission Point, all 241 rooms, we had to go and make sure they all worked. And when it was time to leave, their manager said, "Where are you going?" "Well, we're going over here." "No, you're staying here. You're staying in the presidential suite, and you're staying for free." Now, we've had businesses down in Traverse City and all the big cities, and none of them ever did that. So that proves that you probably are Yoopers. The second one would be, fast forward into the 90s, I got in the cable business, and we bought Mackinac Island and advanced the cable system. And we filmed a commercial, which won a national award with the Cable Association, on Mission Point. And it showed a technician riding a bicycle, because there's no automotives allowed over there, right? So again, you honored us with your ability to film our commercial there. And then in the 2000s, we talked about H1 and H2 visas, H2b visas. I was with the Workforce Development Board at the time, I still am, by the way, and we fought alongside of Bart Stupak in Washington to get you more visas at that point, and hopefully we can continue to do that. So there's 3 proofs that you guys are true Yoopers. So, all right, it was the largest real estate transaction in a quarter of a century that was done on Mackinac Island. 2 of the 5 children who are here today, Mark Ware, he's the youngest, and Liz Ware is the oldest, but I really can't tell the difference there, you guys. They set out to reimagine this 18-acre property, and it's a very beautiful facility. With the 241 rooms I mentioned, in need of maintenance, repair, and improvements, they knew they really are going to have their hands full. Since then, and throughout the challenges of COVID, Mission Point has undergone approximately $15 million in massive upgrades and improvements to their facilities, operating procedures, branding, their culture, under the direction of this dynamic brother and sister team. Doing the right thing is at their core, and I've had a chance to talk with them. And I've been doing this for a few years, announcing these awards. It's one of my highest honors. And I've never had one as excited as Liz when I called her and told her that they were one of this year's recipients. They have strong leadership. Last year, they operated at a profit. Brian, you'd be happy to know that. Experienced the highest employee and guest satisfaction numbers to date, all while being understaffed by 20%. So today, we're honored to have accepting this award today, the brother and sister dynamic duo. We have the CEO and the VP of Sales and Marketing, Mark and Liz Ware.
go. There we are. Good morning, everyone. Hi, I am Liz Ware from Mission Point Resort. This is my younger brother, Mark, from Mission Point, our CEO. I am the oldest. He is the youngest. There's a little family dynamic going on there, but we do a really great job working together. My brother is brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. He can do SOPs. He can do all the business stuff that I don't want to do, and I get to do the visionary stuff, and it works out really well for our team. Our family does own Mission Point, but it's really the Mission Point family that does the operations. So we do have a number of employees, but our parents first purchased Mission Point we're on our 9th year, 8 years ago. And Mark, you came on?
2016.
2016, yeah. So we had this plan of putting together when we bought the property, we knew that it had a lot of potential, but the former owner had really spent a lot of time doing another property in another state. So he was ready to go. We came in, and we have started this great journey together with our fantastic team.
So at a glance, we are 18 acres of property on Mackinac Island. We have 241 guest rooms, as we said there. We've renovated all of them in the last 5 years. We have 6 restaurants and eateries, including our Chianti, which is our fine dining restaurant, Bistro on the Greens, which is our outside dining facility. We have Round Island Kitchen, and then we have our different coffee shops on property. We have 2 unique gift shops. We have our bike rentals. We also have golf, if you've been on Mackinac Island, which is one of the best things to do during the day. So we have a variety of different activities, but we really focus on the experience that the guest has when they're coming here to Mackinac.
We also have, we do a lot of meetings, so we have a mix of business. We have transient business, we have group business, and then we have a lot of family reunions, and we have a lot of weddings. We're best known for our big, huge, great lawn with our Adirondack chairs. And just some fun facts about the numbers. Not only do transient guests come and stay with us, but our employees live on property as well. So we have around 300 employees that live with us. So food and beverage stats, just to give you an idea, we serve over 140,000 staff meals a season. That's a 6-month period. We're only open for 6 months of the year. Last year at Round Island Kitchen, during a pandemic, our restaurant, we had over 80,000 guests. We served them all safely. And that's a real testament to our team and to our leadership. During our peak season, we can have on property, staying on the property, at least 750 people, in addition to our 300 staff members. That does not include, we are on M185. Everyone, rides around the island, they go right past us. They stop, they come in. We have a lot of people there. But it doesn't feel, because we have 18 acres, it doesn't feel crowded. We had 47,000 guests that stayed with us last year. We have almost 2,000 pillowcases washed a day. And for those of you who are like me, flower friends, we planted about 30,000 tulips. We take those tulips out every spring. We give them to our guests to take home and plant in their own homes, and then we plant our annuals. So that's a little bit about us.
Which is about 45,000 annuals that we plant each year also.
Correct.
So we are a family-owned operation, but we recruit staff from all over. So we look in the UP, we look in Southern Michigan, we also look throughout the United States, and then we also utilize the H2b program, the J1 visa programs to recruit internationally. We have staff that come from all over the country, but then also we have staff from Jamaica, we have staff from Mexico, we have staff from Serbia, and all across the world. And it's great in our cafeteria because you hear a lot of different languages being spoken, and we work on a lot of our cultural on how we can bring people together and how we can have a diverse culture because we have so many different countries and cultures represented.
People do love the experience who work for us, love the experience of getting to meet people from different cultures. In our employee kitchen, in our cafeteria, we will have different days for different continents or different countries, and it's really fun because the teams will go and cook. Like when it's Jamaica Day, all the Jamaicans that work for us go into the kitchen and they cook for the day. And everyone gets so excited about it. It's really fun to experience those days.
We also recruit from the colleges that are around in the local areas in Michigan, and we really focus on developing our staff on how they can be trained so that they can go on to have a career wherever they go, but they will have a great professional training at Mission Point and be able to take that with them.
So we are very much part of Michigan, and it's in our core values, it's in our DNA, and everything that we do is Michigan-based. So when you think about a hotel like ours, we have guests in the summer, we do construction in the winter. All of our contractors, we pull from Michigan, all of our local labor. Our guest room decor came from local artists. We have companies all around the state that we actively go after to help us with everything that we do. Our gift shops, so we have 2 beautiful gift shops, and our artists, we have over 21 Michigan artists that are represented in there, and we are always looking for more. In our dining outlets, we have coined the term farm to ferry. Obviously, everything has to get over on a ferry, but we source Michigan farms all over for everything, and that can be from proteins to vegetables to honeys and anything that we can get for our restaurant. It's very, very important to us that we are a part of Michigan. We support Michigan in every way that we can. We use some of our vendors. We've had Detroit Denim. We have Detroit Bikes, Earth to Earth in Pontiac, Cedar Shore Soaps, Riverstone Gallery. We use multiple farms. And if any of you know anyone or is a part of a community, let us know because we want to know too. We're always learning.
We're actually, while we're here this weekend, going to be visiting a few places to find some more vendors from the UP.
Yep.
So we want to talk a little bit about our brand. So we are an award-winning, best-in-class national bucket list destination for foodies, wine enthusiasts, and well-traveled families. And we provide extraordinary Mackinac Island experiences.
And with that, that's what our team knows. That's what they know what we're all about. But we have these really great core values. We do the right thing. And I think all of you in this room have the same one. But it's really important. We do the right thing. And I will tell you, when you have a really mad guest or you have a COVID situation or something, it's hard to do the right thing, but we do the right thing. We go the extra mile. We say we go the extra mile. It's not always easy, but it's the right thing to do. We work hard together, so we are a community. We are a family. Any member of our Mission Point team will tell you they're a part of a Mission Point family. We strive for balance. So balance is difficult when you're running a seasonal resort and you're working 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. That day off is really important. We really try to provide all sorts of activities for our staff so they have a really great experience living on Mackinac Island the way our guests do. And then, of course, we have Michigan pride, and that is evident throughout our property.
Our brand pillars, we have pride for the island. We are so proud of Mackinac Island and all that it's accomplished in the last few years and over the last century. We care for our bodies, and not just our bodies, but also the land that's around us and the bodies of water that support Mackinac Island. We look at our design culinary adventure. We really want to be known for our food experiences. We are all about hospitality from the heart because we care about our guests and we care about that experience that comes there. And we are very excited about celebrating art and culture and bringing a beautiful place to the world. And that was inspired by our mother, who created magnificent views with art and gardens. And we're very proud to carry on that tradition.
So we've done a bunch of renovations and upgrades, and you don't have to read this list, but I can give you some highlights. We've done some sexy things and some things that other people think are sexy, which I don't think are sexy, but they're important. So, like the boilers, the engineers think that's the coolest thing in the world. We're glad that there's hot water. But we first started in our renovations with life safety issues. So we put fire suppression in, we've redone kitchens, we've done all of those things that are really important to run a safe operation. Safety's first. But then we were starting to do the more fun things. So as Mark said, we have renovated all of our 241 guest rooms. We're on our second set of renovations on those. Guest rooms only last a certain amount of years, so we're starting that process over again. But we've really increased the things that people love, and that's expanding the food and the outdoor dining. And we have a promenade deck and where you can sit out and have like the best family reunion or best wedding with the most beautiful views overlooking the Straits of Mackinac with freighters going by. It's magnificent and really gorgeous. This year we are putting in pergolas over our patios. We know diners love outdoor dining, and that's going to continue regardless of whether in a pandemic, endemic, or no-demic. So we are putting these beautiful pergolas over there so we can have 3-season dining, which we haven't been able to do. And I will tell you, on a property that's as large as ours, with the amount of renovations you can do, we've had to be very strategic in what we're doing and when we're doing it. We can only do renovations for 6 months, and keep in mind we have ferries that go or not go, depending on the ice, so you got to get all the materials over. But it's also a matter of your return on your investment and being very strategic and doing what you can. So I think we've done a really good job of getting us here, and we have another 5-year vision.
And it's been very exciting, and I know working with family can be interesting and going through all these different types of projects. And Liz is a big vision person who has grand ideas and would like to change everything at one time. And so we work on how to make that happen very strategically and work through all of that. And it's been really exciting to go through that process, and we've made really great improvements there.
We are going to be around. If you guys have any questions about Mission Point, we're happy to answer any of them. And again, thank you very, very much.
Let me just tell you, I've had the opportunity with SBAM to stay at Mission Point on a couple of occasions. They do a great job for events and different things. So from a business standpoint, a business owner standpoint, off-site types of opportunities, things like that. Talk to Liz, talk to Mark. They're great people. Brett?
Very good. Well, at this time, it's my pleasure to be able to introduce our next recipient. And I would put this one in the category of we never knew, or it's a business that we knew very little about. That's one thing that over the years I think we've all come to really enjoy about the occasion, is that we bring businesses in, we recognize them for their innovation, for the excellence, for their contributions to Area Code 906 and its economy. And Mohawk Technology is certainly one of those. So it's my pleasure to be able to introduce Mohawk Technology. They were founded in 2013, and they are an automation engineering company headquartered in Mohawk, Michigan, which happens to be up in the Keweenaw. The company's deep ties to the Upper Peninsula date back to mining and logging heydays, when Scandinavian ancestors of current employees worked in the Keweenaw Peninsula mines and forests. In a modern economy, Mohawk Technology helps companies keep factories running, increasing production, and manufacturing new products. Today, it's my pleasure to be able to welcome Jay Isaacson, founder and CEO, and Nick Peterson, head of operations at Mohawk Technology. Gentlemen, please come up. Here you go.
So, thank you for having us here today. My name is Tom Isaacson, and I help the company with some of their marketing, and also happen to be the older brother of the founder of Mohawk Technology, Jay Isaacson. When we found out that the company was winning this award, we really found it fascinating to look into the background of Operation Action UP, and we started to see some of these ties historically with developing the economy of the Upper Peninsula that had some family ties for us, and we'll talk a little bit about that today. Coming up after some of these other great companies that are winning awards, Jay's been underground at Eagle Mine. Our families have stayed at Mission Point previously when we've gone there to run the turtle runs. And so it's really something where it's neat how the companies of the UP get brought together from a diversity of backgrounds, but we also see some overlap between and among these companies. We've had some business partners close to us win these awards in the past. Calumet Electronics and Mohawk Technologies has worked regularly with REL Machine. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about the background of the economic development of this company, where we come from, how we were developed. Jay and Nick will tell us a little bit about how the company has evolved, and of course we're thankful to some of the local area businesses that we work with and maintain relationships with, including Vast Insurance and Tom Snow and some of the others that have helped us out. So I will turn it over to Jay and Nick, and they'll tell us a little more about it.
Yeah, thank you for the award. We appreciate it. So Mohawk Technology, one of the things that's unique about us is we're doing work all over the country, and you could say that we're bringing economic dollars back to the Upper Peninsula. So we're doing work in industries such as a popcorn factory in Minneapolis, cheese plants in California, Idaho, milk plant in Texas, and a lot of our work in Wisconsin, Minnesota, different types of factories. One of the things that was really interesting for me, this was I don't know if anyone recognizes this, but this is an old brochure from Operation Action UP from the 1960s. And I wonder, if the founders of this organization could have envisioned a company like Mohawk Technology being able to operate in the Upper Peninsula and bring really good jobs to the area. Pretty fascinating for me to think of this, that the vision of these original founders must have been astounding, before the internet and things like that. I think even for me at the beginning of my career in the early 2000s, I don't think a company like Mohawk Technology could have operated here where we do. So it's pretty interesting. A little bit of history, kind of where we come from, our roots in the Upper Peninsula. Tom mentioned it. Our ancestors, even for me personally, came from Scandinavia. And my grandfather, Oscar Isaacson, he was working in the mines on the Kuna, the Cliff Mine in particular, when he was 12 years old. He became an entrepreneur, had his own, lumber operation. He would cut timbers for the mines at the low grade, and he'd sell those to the mines, and then he would mill the higher grade wood into boards and sell them. So,
yeah, some other connections, actually. My great-grandfather's on the right there, Gustav Peterson. Kind of an interesting story of him. He started working in the mines with his father when he was 16 years old, but he actually had his leg severed in a skip accident. But he really made the best of it. He actually ended up spending the rest of his life building wooden prosthetics out of the Marquette area here. And in the bottom there, we have the grandfather of another one of our employees, Oscar Karenin. The interesting thing about Oscar is he actually worked in the copper mines in Copper City, which is actually only a couple miles away from our current headquarters. So a lot of connections back to kind of the historical mining days with our employees.
there's a pretty good chance that mining picture is taken underneath where our headquarters sit today. We don't know that for sure, but
That's the rumor.
yeah, certainly could have. So this picture here is our headquarters building being built a few years ago. Pretty unexciting picture. But what was interesting about this is this is in Kuna County in Mohawk. And at the time this was built, we were working, I actually was there myself one evening, and a man that I've known my whole life, a local resident there, he stopped by. He was actually out for a walk, and it was interesting because he got a little emotional. And he told me, he said, Jay, he said, my entire life, that's all I've seen is buildings tore down in Kuna County as the mines declined. He said, I believe, and not to discount I think some restaurants and some of the tourist industry, maybe in Copper Harbor and things like that, but what he said, and just a little bit of a gut check, it's pretty accurate. He's never seen a new business built in Kuna County in his lifetime. He's in his 60s, maybe his 70s now, but so yeah, pretty interesting little history there for us.
So kind of where is Mohawk Technology located? We actually started off in Mohawk, Michigan. That's where our headquarters is, but we've since opened 3 more remote locations and kind of expanded throughout the Midwest. The first location we opened is actually in the Minneapolis area, now located in Delano, Minnesota. That's actually where I'm based out of. That's primarily an engineering office. We then followed it up with our fabrication shop in western Wisconsin, Frederick, and then another second engineering location in northern Minnesota, in Monaga. And really what this allows us to do is tap into a bunch of different talent pools throughout the Midwest and really kind of better serve our customers throughout the area. Mohawk Technology, a little bit more about what we do. We actually started off as an electrical engineering and programming company. We've since evolved to kind of have 2 core groups. The first group is our process group, and what they do is they really focus on sanitary, food grade automation systems. So the picture you see here is actually a stainless steel system in a cheddar cheese plant in Iowa. Our second group is our mechatronics group. And this is our newest group, and this group is really focused on robotics and kind of material handling. What you see here is actually the end of a robot arm. You can see all the suction cups on there. That's for picking and placing boxes on a pallet. And this was installed in a feta cheese plant actually in Wisconsin. Another interesting note about this picture, actually, you can see in the background the roof there. Talking about those mining connections, we actually rented space in an old mine building up by our headquarters to actually build and test the system before shipping it out. Where does Mohawk Tech do work? Really all over the U.S., as Jay mentioned, but we kind of bring that revenue back. One interesting customer is actually the very first customer that Mohawk Tech had as a company is Kraft Foods. I think most people recognize that name, but it's actually way out on the West Coast in California. And then a number of years later, that was actually the first project that I did when I signed on here. But Jay's going to talk a little more about our customers here.
Yeah, actually, that Kraft Foods plant, they're the reason I need to leave at around lunchtime today. We're looking at another major expansion for them, a system we've been working on, and we're doing work out there currently, and tomorrow we have a deadline for a system that's due. So pretty interesting right from our beginning, and as our business has evolved, the type of work we're able to do with these plants has evolved. The one down in Texas, pretty interesting one. Volman is actually a farmer, a dairyman, and we built a milk bottling plant for him. So when I say we built it, the physical structure, local construction companies would build, but it's putting together all the equipment that goes inside of there is what we do. We engineer that, and Volman's today is the official milk of the Dallas Cowboys, so pretty interesting. And then you can see a lot of the other locations where we've worked around the country. It is actually pretty heavy in the Midwest. If you were to put a point on all the plants we've worked at in the Midwest, it would actually fill it up quite a bit more. But another interesting thing with Mohawk Technology, this was a picture taken. We bring all the employees back to Mohawk in the summer we call it our summit. And it really started out with a single engineering capability, electrical controls engineer. And now it's pretty neat to see in this picture you've got a lot of Michigan Tech graduates, but you've also got NMU grads. You've got people who just come out of the local high schools. I shouldn't say just, but the opportunities are there. And those would be the technicians and some of the welders and things like that in the industry or in our business. So we've also, even currently, or even you think of some of our connections to this Marquette area, it could be maybe more on the business side, the legal stuff, the insurance things, and within our business, the marketing, and then also some of the technical programs that NMU has. There's pretty neat to see the connections there and how diverse it's becoming as far as capabilities and utilizing people who have connections to the UP. This is a drone picture of our headquarters. What's interesting about this one is up in the upper right there, you can see in the old Amik number 3 and 4 mine. I believe that was one of the last copper mines operating up on the copper country up there. So where our headquarters building is, there's old mining, old railroad tracks that run right through our property. What we're looking at in our plan this year and into next year, capital expansions, we're building a new shop in Mohawk. It'll be just to the north of our facility there that you see. And then we're also working on building a process shop, our stainless steel welding down in Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And Jay, your comment about the leaders that, the community and business leaders that ultimately led to the formation, the creation of Operation Action UP is spot on. And I would say to you that Mohawk and the other recipients today are exactly what they were intending to cause to happen over the years that followed. So thank you for the comment. At this time, I would like to bring Roxanne Doss, President of Range Bank, up to proceed with the next introductions. Roxanne.
Thanks, Brett. As Brett mentioned earlier, the best part about Operation Action UP is actually getting to know some of the small businesses in the UP that employ people and produce great products. And NEPCO is definitely a great example of that. Northeastern Products Corp. started in 1955 in the Adirondack Mountain area in a small community of Warrensburg, New York, by Eugene Chevai and his wife Lee, selling processed sawdust and shavings to various industrial markets, furrier industry, and animal bedding suppliers. As the company grew, a need for another manufacturing facility was needed, and in 1982, the plant in Caspian opened at its first location. As demand for the Caspian bedding grew over the 10 years, a move was made to its present site in Caspian at a former manufacturing facility. The Caspian facility has had continued growth over the last 20 years with its dedicated workforce and the ability of the main raw material. With 40 years of manufacturing experience covering all aspects from the ground up, Mark Sauber, Vice President of Northeastern Product Corp., is here to accept the award. Congratulations, NEPCO, on winning this award of excellence.
Thank you, Roxanne. It's quite an honor to be here. The first thing I want to say before I go into any detail, give you some information about our company. You know, you mentioned about, my experience and things. It's just not me that, brought our company to be acknowledged today. It goes to our dedicated workforce, as a little comment was made. That's one big aspect. I'm not a native from the UP, but I have been up here many years, and I can say this, that there is a very strong workforce here. As a comment that was made earlier by one of our recipients, how quick people can get trained into learning positions. I have personally seen that so much. And nothing to, knock our other sister plants in their locations, but dealing at our other locations with I have to in aspects of my position, employees in Michigan have seemed like they've advanced quicker than ones from our Kentucky and our New York facilities. As I mentioned, she mentioned my 40 years experience. Well, back in 1999, I was with a worldwide corporation, with different changes happening in the industry and whatnot that I was dealing with the automotive industry at the time. Okay, thank you. And with my family living here in the UP, the opportunity came for me to advance with that company as well, but I would have to leave the UP. And I just, I thought long and hard. I didn't want to do that. I mean, I really started developing roots here, involved in many things in the community. My wife was born and raised from the area, so I didn't want to take her away either. So I decided, well, I'm going to see what else is out there. And that's when I came on board Northeastern Products. At the time, they were just, it's a family company to this day. The second generation is running it. And as they are expanding and growing, I mean, their main thing has been in the laboratory industry from almost day one, after things got rolling a little bit. But the quality and the aspect of things. A person wouldn't think, bedding for an animal. Well, what kind of quality could there be in that? From my experience with the automotive industry before that, shortly after I came on board and started seeing what had to be done and how we had to move in the future, it's just as stringent as what has to be done for an automobile going down to the road as is for producing our animal bedding. So as we moved forward, at that time, between our three facilities, we only had 28 employees totally. Well, right now we have 28 full-time in Caspian and 1 part-time. And we are, unfortunately, like many businesses these days, struggling to keep, looking for more workforce. So we are looking into more modern technology for some automation as well. But through partnerships over the years, primarily with Trico Opportunities, I don't know if many of you are familiar with them or not, But that was a big part of our growth is there as well. And we have had, some staffing that is there now working for our company that originally started out with Trico Opportunities. But besides the employees, the raw material in the area, the aspen trees. That's the main bedding of our products. I mean, that's why we're here. And I can see that happening for years to come. Let's see where we go here. Just kind of showing some of our pictures of our bedding here. Oh, excuse me. So for years to come, it's a renewable resource, so I don't see our company leaving the area. It just continues expanding. One of the areas that we were able to expand to as the company grew here in Caspian, down in Caspian, was getting into the pet industry, the retail end of things. We got some major distributors that are actually only 3 hours away from our facility in Wisconsin. And we have another one that's in Indiana and Illinois that we supply product to. We've come known for our quality products in turn on it. Which is it's really opened up more avenues in the laboratory industry. To this day, we ship in many different continents across the globe. We're just not dealing here. We deal with major laboratory research facilities right down to our universities. Even here at Northern Michigan University, they use some of our product in their research. As you see on there, it's talking about NIH, NCTR. That's our big federal mandated facilities. They actually put a lot of the specifications out that has to be done for the industry. And we meet all those demandingly, and actually when they are working at different things, they contact us to see what we could do to help with projections into the future. These last couple of years with the pandemic, with every business, we had our ups and downs. We definitely saw a big increase in our laboratory business. Of course, we know all what's been going on with that. Pfizer, as we hear a lot about it, that's one of our main laboratory research facilities that we deal with on a daily basis. I've never done so many Zoom meetings and WebEx meetings in the last couple of years with all this going on. And I probably could speak the same for a lot of us out there. It's cut way back at my traveling. In some aspects, I like it, but there's some days I walk away from my computer and my head's like this in regards to it. So as we move forward, with the pandemic, hitting us, we really had to look outside the box, especially for bringing in supplies. Aspen trees are all over the place. But one of the biggest challenges that we hit was what we put our product into. It's a specialty type paper that is used for going into the laboratories. That's how it's got to be treated. And we were running into some big different type issues there. Well, amongst our team, a couple of our members came up with some ideas right locally at our Caspian plant, and we're doing some testing right now with research facilities. And if it all comes together, it's actually going to open up a whole nother sideline of our business down the line here. So we're looking forward for that. And like I mentioned earlier, it's a family-owned business. We treat all our employees just like they're part of the family. Bring it up here. And as I say, we're not blood, but right down from the CEO, down to our managers, down to the person working on the floor. I mean, people are family in our facility, and that's a strong part of our background there. And being that, this is the second generation, the third generation of the family that started the business. He's in the ropes now. He just got done with college recently, and he's learning everything in the company. And with that, and the availability of all the raw materials that we use at all three of our locations are renewable resources, especially with our Caspian facility. I don't see it leaving the UP for generations to come. With that, in closing, I'm going to say thank you. And again, it's an honor to be up here. I'm not much of a big, speech giver on this type of stuff, but you never thought a little plant like we have in Caspian, or even myself, I lived there for quite a while before I actually even knew what they did in that facility before I went to work there. So a lot of rumors around the town was that it was a cat litter plant, and we do make cat litter, not in Caspian. They did have a time back in the late 80s where they actually were shipping the raw material there from Kentucky and New York to make it because they had a fire at the facility in New York. And all our products are all made out of virgin material. There's no added chemicals, anything in it. Even when for our product producing, we use the byproducts from the wood for that. So in turn, we had an issue in New York. Unfortunately, we had a fire there and the facility burnt down. So they were trucking the material to Caspian. It was being processed, and That's where the word got out about being a cat litter plant, because even the cat litter that we produce is made out of maple sawdust and red cedar sawdust, nothing else in there. And it's such of a strong seller in the East Coast, we can't get enough raw material right now in order to sell it nationwide. We have lots of demand for it, so we are looking into equipment where, like what we're doing in Caspian, we're actually taking the round wood and running it through machinery and make it into the particle size that we need for it. Who would ever thought that sawdust would be such a competitive market? I mean, when Eugene Schaube first started the business back in 1955, he was a young man just starting out, working at a sawmill, and he saw the piles of sawdust building up and just getting pushed back in the woods up in Adirondack area of New York. And he kept thinking to himself, there's got to be something that could be done with that. So he got involved with the furrier industry, and before long, he started his own little business. And from there, things progressed. And then 1968 is when the lab end of the business really took off with some of the connections he did, and then our processes started from there. So again, I want to say thank you. And I see our company being around for generations to come and continually benefiting, you know, the UP, our logging society out there, and so forth. Thank you.
Great job, Mike. Thank you.
So at this point in time, I'd like to introduce Kathy Reynolds with the UP EDA to announce this year's UP EDA award winner.
Hi, everybody, and thanks so much, Operation Action UP, for having us, the Upper Peninsula Economic Development Alliance, and thanks Lake Superior Community Partnership, Brent, Ashley, all you folks and Sarah, everybody that works there. Every year, typically we, other than the last couple of years, I guess, so we have the opportunity through Operation Action UP to be able to award our nonprofit organization, Business of the Year organization. So, and this year, and I'm just going to go ahead and let Tom Coates tell you all about it, but let's give a big hand to the Great Lakes Boat Building School.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for this great award. It really means a lot to a small school like us over in Cedarville. As Kathy said, I'm Tom Coates. I'm the Director of Development at the Great Lakes Boat Building School. I'm not going to be like the presenter before lunch and make someone disappear. Hopefully after a few minutes, you hope that I don't disappear. But we'll keep it short and light and hopefully moving forward. Our president, Nikki Story, couldn't be here today. She's elated that we got this award. She's in Miami at the Miami Boat Show. You can tell I'm a rung or two down. I'm in Marquette, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. But she's down there meeting with manufacturers like Brunswick, Mastercraft, those types of things. Those are organizations that we are looking to partner with. And I was just last week down in Chicago and northern Indiana meeting with some manufacturers and marinas that hire our students. So again, Great Lakes Boat Building School, there's our contact information. Let me see, I might need, oh, I got it here. Here we go. Here's our mission, Great Lakes Boat Building School. We are the only boat building school in the Great Lakes area. So, and our mission is to prepare students for rewarding careers in the marine industry. That plays right into our vision of being a leader in marine workforce development in the Great Lakes region. What I'd like to do is rather than have me do the talking here, what I'd like to do is show you a video. The gentleman that's talking has way better hair than me. So enjoy a few minutes.
People have been sailing the Great Lakes for centuries, and boats have changed a lot in that time. But one island community in our region is trying to preserve some of the old ways of boat building.
Every year on one Saturday in August, more than 7,000 visitors descend on the small community of Hessel, Michigan to celebrate the unique craftsmanship of antique wooden boats. Hessel is in the Lake Chinook Islands on the northern shore of Lake Huron in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The 36 islands are home to some of the most beautiful wooden boats anywhere in the world. Their history in these islands dates back to the early 1900s when summer residents came to the area on steamships.
The steamers would come from Detroit and from Chicago up here, and we had 7 hotels that were all on the lake shore, old wooden hotels.
The Leshino Islands became home to boat builders like Chris Craft, a name synonymous with antique wooden boats. In fact, the first Chris Craft boat dealership in the country was opened in Hessel, Michigan in 1926.
So they would use these Chris Crafts or use these antique and classic boats to get to the mainland daily, to go grocery shopping. That was their mode of transportation.
As the years passed, fewer wooden boats were being manufactured and fiberglass boats became the more popular choice. But residents in the Leshino communities of Hessel and nearby Cedarville were determined to find a way to preserve the rich tradition of wooden boat building. Bob Smith was part of the group.
We talked about the older craftsmen retiring and there weren't new generations to take their place. Well, with the history of the boat building and Leshino in general, we didn't want to lose that craftsmanship.
So the community decided to build a school to teach the art of wooden boat building. The Great Lakes Boat Building School opened its doors in 2005 and has trained more than 200 students who have gone on to successful careers in the marine industry.
Hi Ken, this is Nikki Cohn from Great Lakes Boat Building School. How are you?
Nikki Story is the school's president.
We offer two programs. We have our comprehensive career wood boat building program, which is the foundation of the school and has been here in place for 16 years. It's evolved and changed over time. And then we also have our marine service technology program, which actually has an exclusive partnership with the marine manufacturer Mercury Marine. So that's a really neat thing about our programs as well.
Each program is 12 months long and has between 12 and 24 students. Most are between the ages of 18 and 45, and most are from the Midwest.
Sometimes we pick up students from the East Coast or the West Coast, but the majority come right here from either Michigan or Wisconsin, Ohio, New York. We pull students from there too. In addition, every year we seem to pull in a student from overseas. We've had a student from France, the Bahamas, Australia, so it just adds a lot to the diversity of the groups here.
That come down at all there, Brennan?
Matt Edmondson was a student at the school before becoming the lead instructor.
Truthfully, because that stuff's waterproof, it's okay if paint doesn't stick to the actual seam. We focus on traditional boat building in the first portion of the year, which is focusing on holding pieces of wood together with mechanical fasteners like rivets and bolts and screws. And then we kind of shift into using the modern materials like epoxy and fiberglass, and how do we kind of marry that with wood to make a modern version of a wooden boat, which we would call wood composite. Cedar strip or a laminated boat would be an example of that. And then we move into restoration. I would say that in the wooden boat world, restoration and repair and maintenance is probably the lion's share of wooden boating as we see it today. A lot of boats to take care of and repair. I would say it draws a lot of interest from the general public because, you know, it's like old cars or old airplanes or whatever. You know, it's cool, it's a piece of our history.
Mike Latch is a student from Michigan.
We learned how to plan out the boats, figure out what needs to go where, proper measurements, how to align everything properly so that way you get a really nice shear line on the boats. If you look at this boat, the way that it rolls as it goes back, learning things like that.
Mike has been working to bring new life to a unique wooden utility boat.
This is a 1950s Lyman. It was donated to the school a few years ago, and I've spent the last 4 months restoring it. Currently, right now, I am sanding it to put the finish coat on the varnished parts of it. Before, I was replacing the planks and the frames and the ribs and the bulkhead, and the transom had to be replaced. Most of it was pretty rotted. It hadn't been taken care of over the last several decades, and so we restored it.
Mike has interviews scheduled with several Michigan marine companies and is even considering working on tall ships in the future.
I'm 95% tactile learner, so I need to work with my hands, and being in an industry where I can work with my hands constantly is exactly what I need. I love doing it every day.
Will Berryhill came to the school from Indiana. His class recently finished building a boat called a skiff.
It needed a floor to be put in, like the seats, the deck, the bulkheads, putting the motor on it. All that stuff still had to be done. So our class took care of that. It was just beautiful when we pulled it out of the finishing room. First time in the sunshine with that, final coat of varnish on there, we just looked at it like, whoa, yeah, we did this.
After finishing the boat building curriculum, Will went on to the Marine Service Technology program working on engines.
Okay, hit it.
Will says he plans to stay in the Les Chenaux Islands and work at one of the boat shops in the area when he graduates. He shouldn't have a problem finding employment. The school has a 100% placement rate, and some potential employers have even offered scholarships and sponsorships to students.
All of our students have offers, and actually really great offers. Students going to Wisconsin, students going to Texas, many staying right here in Michigan. It's a thriving industry and an industry that is just desperate for employees.
We're seeing a peak right now in the marine industry where there's a huge demand for boats and having work done on boats, but there's a huge skills gap, as we see with a lot of other trades as well. So really students can write their own ticket right now. They can go pretty much wherever they want.
Wherever these students go, the lessons of the Les Chenaux and the Great Lakes Boat Building School will hopefully keep the beauty of these wooden boats alive for future generations to enjoy.
It's kind of calling back to a bygone era where things were made a lot more by hand, but then there's also just the boat itself is a beautiful thing to be able to make something, see it on the water, not be sinking, and then to go places in it. There's a unlimited freedom to being on the water.
At Great Lakes Now, we aim to cover the Great Lakes region and the people who live here, like you. Please follow us on social media, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and sign up for our newsletter at greatlakesnow.org.
This is a key part of our program. One of the a real feather in our cap is we're accredited through the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges. This enables us to provide student financial aid to our students, which is a big help in funding their tuition at our school. The summary of our programs are hands-on. Our students spend 80% of their time in the shops, either on the boat building side or the Marine Service. Focused small classes, usually it's at the maximum, we really 12 to 1 and a lot of one-on-one sessions. It's intense. They're post-secondary programs that last 12 months, and we offer specialized training in the marine industry. This is the kind of a synopsis of the two programs, the comprehensive career boat building side, 100% placement over the past 6 years. And then the Marine Service Technology side, we started that 2 years ago. We've also had 100% placement in that program as well. We have Wallster Marine down in Harbor Springs. They have 2 of our alums that graduated in 2021. They want 4 more. Again, this is a summary of the curriculum. The first semester, we got 3 semesters, introduction to comprehensive boat building, start getting into the wood composites, and then the last part is the restoration program. You can see some of the work that's been done. This is right in our shop, some restoration, some varnish. And then we've got a gentleman, a brief video here of our alum that graduated in 2019. We get students fresh out of high school. We get a lot of career changers, and we found that we provide a lot of educational opportunities to the military through the GI Bill.
The whole reason that I got into wooden boat building was I was in construction. I'm probably closer to middle age right now than I am my 20s. So it was a really big leap to make a change like this. I really didn't know how things were going to play out. I had done my research in the wooden boat industry and saw that on paper there was a demand for this kind of work. The competence of all facets of the school and the people in it just blew my mind. It was a real godsend to have those types of professionals working there, people that cared about you, and it taught me a tremendous amount. And then to graduate, I went on 5 job interviews, which I I really wasn't sure there'd be 5 jobs out there once I got done. But there were a number of jobs out there, and I went on 5 interviews. I had 5 job offers. It was a mind-blowing time. I just couldn't believe that this whole thing had led me down this path to something that I like so much. And to be able to wake up every day and not go to the construction site and come here to the classic boat restoration shop has completely changed my life. It's been the best thing that's probably ever happened to me.
That's good stuff right there. Our students are amazing in what they're accomplishing. This is the Marine Service Technology Program side. Again, a breakdown of the curriculum. I also have pamphlets that I put on the tables that has this information. Again, kind of an introduction. We start out with basic shop practices. We work with the students even on backing and pulling boats in and out. Marine propulsion is a big part of the program, and marine systems, the electronics, the electric part of it. Just about anything that's in our house is on a boat these days. So we have some great programs, great students coming out, and they are, like I mentioned before, very much in demand. This is a look at the shop. One of our students, in the upper right, brought in that motor and was having problems with it. The students kind of troubleshoot through it and got it running. You'll see the bottom right, they're looking at one of those big Chris Crafts with the dual 2 diesels in it, surveying the boat, getting an idea, diagnostics of what is going on inside that boat. We had another video. This is Dave Lesh. He's from, he's on our professional advisory board. He's from Walston Marine.
What I think Great Lakes Boat Building School is going to be able to offer the industry, and specifically companies like Walston Marine, is that good foundation, entry-level technician that knows the mechanical basics, the electrical basics, systems basics, but also is a little bit more well-rounded than your average person off the street. They're also going to be teaching boatyard etiquette. They're going to be teaching how to interact with people, how to do interviews, how to write a resume, that kind of stuff. More of a well-rounded approach to an employee versus just, giving them those foundations for the mechanical training and then putting them out and saying, you're on your own, basically. So much of what we do on a day-to-day basis is interacting with each other, answering questions, asking questions. The guys and girls here, they all work together as a team. There's nobody that stands alone on their own. So being able to have those interpersonal skills and being able to communicate and work in an environment with other people is very important. Great Lakes Boat Building School is going to kind of encompass all that with the systems program.
And Dave had a big part in when we created the Marine Service Technology. We listened to industry. We listened to what the needs of the marinas and employers are needed and incorporated that into our program. So Dave's a big part of that. Mentioned our partners, industry partners, Mercury Marine University, and then also the ABYC, our bodies that we work very much closely with. This is a slide of the CTE students in the Lake Chanel Community Schools right in our town in Cedarville. In the upper left is a group of students. The gentleman on the far right, I met him on a visit day back in November. He's going to be enrolling in the school this fall. And what Mercury does, they set this up over at the high school. You'll see the Mercury Marine stations with the boats. Each student gets their own toolbox. And we're eager to work with more CTE programs throughout the state. We heard from the Department of Education that they were going to actually stop the small engine CTE programs. They came to see what we were doing and are rethinking that now with more of a marine focus. So when we have an expansion, you'll see out on the table we're starting a capital campaign. We are going to expand our footprint by 50% and then move the CTE program over to our place. almost 700,000 jobs available in this industry as of 2018. And believe me, when we go out and meet with marinas in Wisconsin, Illinois, Nikki's been hearing it already in Miami, there's very much a need. Matt Edmondson, our lead instructor, talked about the workforce shortage in this industry, and we're playing our role in solving that. These are the starting salaries, or average starting salaries for the marine carpenters, and average pay for a marine technician in the United States. This is a little bit dated, and this is kind of the median. There's some that make way more than this, and maybe some that make a little bit less. I was at a marine in Lake Geneva, and they said that it wouldn't be too much of a stretch for a technician to come out in 2 or 3 years and be making 6 figures. And some of them are making more money than the actual engineers. Where do they work? We've got boat dealerships, Walster Marine down in Harbor Springs. We've got students right at E.J. Murtaugh that was in the Chris Craft dealer in the right down the street. Custom builders, I stopped at a place in Genoa City, Grand Craft. They make wood mahogany boats there. It came out on a list that they produced of the top Valentine gifts to give, and I guess Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck gave one of their boats to each other, and so it's too late for you guys at Valentine's. Maybe next year start saving up. Manufacturers, restoration shops, marinas, and docks. This is our expansion plan. This is a rendering of the 10,000 square foot building. If you saw the overhead shot, this would be between the current building and the water. There's a house there that we're going to be taking down. This will add more room for the Marine Service Technology Program. We also heard from industry the need for marine electronics, the Garmins, the Bay Marines, all the GPS equipment. And this will also allow us to shift things around, make more room for the comprehensive career boat building program in the existing facility. Might be asking how you can help. You can support our facility expansion. We've been working with the EDA. We have a grant, about $2.7 million, that is just almost to the finish line. And we need to raise $1.1 million for our match, and then some of the equipment and all that goes in there. We really got going in early December. We're just shy of $400,000. So if you know folks that would like their name on the facility or a portion of it, or would be supportive, please let me know. Organizations, like mentioned in the video, offer sponsorships where they pay a portion of the student's tuition. That's worked well for one of our marinas. They really like the fact that if they're funding 50 to 75% of it, and the student has some of their skin in the game, then they're going to get somebody that's really focused and well-trained at the end. We also accept gifts. We did get that one Chris Craft that was in the video, and we got pretty creative. Matt Edmondson had the students saw off the back end of it. You saw that half-daff. They had kept the I.O. in there, and so they can troubleshoot that and work on the marine side of it. The rest of it was used, they poked holes in it and then patched the composite in it. So we get motors, we get engines, and we appreciate those gifts too. I think the biggest way right now, one of the biggest ways, is to recommend prospective students. Like I mentioned, we have the demand side is there. We certainly could use some help on the supply side, and working with area high schools, CTE programs. We would love to host visits. And also in April, we're going to be going over to the Iron Mountain area, up in the Keweenaw, to meet with students, or to meet with prospective students, their parents, and program managers. The other way is to spread the good news. Share us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, all those things. That's all I have. I can do the disappearing act here in a couple of minutes. I'm open to any questions. Thanks again for this award. It means a lot.
Well, Kathy, thank you and our friends at UPEDA for bringing that story to us. Again, I don't know about most of you, but I was totally unaware of the great things being done over in the east end of the UP. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Eichinger, Director of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. Dan was appointed on December 27, 2018, by Governor Gretchen Whitmer to serve in her cabinet as the Director of the Department of Natural Resources. At age 37, he became the youngest person appointed to this position in the 100-year history of the DNR. Under his leadership, the DNR has moved swiftly to unlock the potential of 4.5 million acres of state-managed public lands to store and sequester carbon and to reorient long-term natural resource planning to focus on climate resiliency. I would draw your attention to an expanded bio that we have in the agenda for more information on the director and his many accomplishments, but at this time, I would like to welcome to the lectern. Director. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a little bit of agenda time from all of you today. I hate to be the guy who follows the Great Lakes Boat Building School, because that was a hell of a presentation that they gave and really, really cool stuff that they're working on. I want to take just a minute and acknowledge a couple of folks that we've got in the room with us today. You're going to see and hear a little bit more from him, I think, later, but we have Natural Resources Commissioner Dave Nyberg, who's with us today, so thanks for being here, Dave. We've got UP Field Deputy Director Stacy Hoy is in the room with us today. We have former Natural Resources Commissioner and current Travel Commissioner John Madigan in the back of the room, so it's good to see you, John. And we have Donna LaCourte from the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, who's been a great partner for us on a lot of our forest bioeconomy and some of the innovative things that we're trying to do with the forest products and timber development space that we're very active in. So I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes talking about maybe a little bit of our experience over the last couple of years, some of the things that we've witnessed and how we're going to respond to those things going forward. And I think the words that Brian Calley shared with us this morning are very important, that everyone's looking for a return to normal. And a lot of, I think, what we're trying to do is figure out how we reset and reestablish what the baseline is. And that's part of what I want to talk about today. Over the last couple of years through the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw, and I think all of you who are residents of the Upper Peninsula probably felt this more than maybe anyone else in the state of Michigan, that folks were very hungry to get outdoors. Connecting with nature, finding places where people could play, where they could safely gather with their family and friends, was extremely important to people in the state of Michigan over the last couple of years. In our parks system, we have 103 park and recreation areas all across the state of Michigan. We saw a 30% increase in visitation into our state parks. So on a normal year, if we can use that term anymore, let's maybe retire what normal is, but in a pre-pandemic year, we would welcome about 27 million people through the front door at one of our state parks and recreation areas, which I'm not the best at math, but that's a lot of people. During the pandemic years, 2020 and 2021, the season that we just wrapped up, we welcomed 35 and 36 million people through the front gate. So about a 30% increase in visitation, a 30% increase in participation in the outdoors. And parks are an easy thing for us to categorize, but across recreational use, we saw that same level of interest and engagement. Our fishing licenses and interest in fishing increased significantly. Hunting licenses, which have been in this long decline for about the last 20 or 25 years, we saw not like a return to the levels that we had in the 1990s, but we saw that trend line start to reestablish itself. Trail uses on both our non-motorized and our motorized trails have also gone kind of bananas. We've got people who are filling parking lots like I saw yesterday when I was driving through, wanting to get out on our snowmobile trail system, our ORV and ATV trail system, our non-motorized pathways, all across category. We're seeing folks that are returning to the outdoors, falling in love with nature all over again. And in the Department of Natural Resources, we think about things in terms of seasons, whether it's deer season or it's duck season or it's trout season. And this time of year, February, is budget season in the state of Michigan and for the Department of Natural Resources. And so we think about a budget as everyone else does. You put your money where your mouth is and you fund things that are your priorities. And there are, I think, some important priorities that we're in a position now today to be able to help reset what our baseline is going to be going forward for how we provide outdoor recreation and natural resources conservation services to the people and the citizens of the state of Michigan. So last summer, I had the privilege of joining Governor Gretchen Whitmer at State Park over in St. Ignace, where she announced her intention to use $250 million of American Rescue Plan money to resolve a $250 million infrastructure backlog that we've had in the Michigan State Park system. And that backlog has accrued over time. It's not the fault of anyone in particular, but as I mentioned, it's a big system and we have a lot of visitors there. And the useful life of that system has gotten taxed significantly over the last couple of years in particular. And I think about it this way when I talk to folks, because that's a lot of money. $250 million is a lot of money to spend in our state parks. But I think about it this way. So if we've got about 36 million people who are visiting our state parks and we've got 365 days in a year, if we evenly allocated that out over every single year, we have about 100,000 people in our state parks on any given day, which is roughly the size of the population of the city of Kalamazoo. And when you're running a small to mid-sized city like the city of Kalamazoo, you've got all the kinds of challenges and problems and things that you have to think about when you're a municipal leader. You've got to think about things like the condition of your roads and your bridges and your culverts. You have to provide clean drinking water. You have to deal with solid waste. You have to deal with trash removal. You have to deal with public safety issues. You have to deal with hard infrastructure like buildings and the condition that those buildings are in. And as I said, over a number of decades, we've just never been in the position to really kind of stay on top of that wheel. And so our experience with the pandemic has really underscored a need for us to prioritize investment, not so much in building out, but building back in, and building that system back up from the inside out, not thinking so much about expanding our footprint of state parks, but really prioritizing on fixing and maintaining and keeping in good working order and condition the state parks that we already have, the facilities and infrastructure that we already have. So we're very excited about the governor's announcement to do that for state parks. But I was also excited in July when we had the opportunity to announce that the governor intends to use another $150 million of American Rescue Plan funds to be able to do exactly the same kinds of things that I just talked about in our state park system for our local parks as well. We didn't just experience an increase in visitation to state parks. Our partners across the park and recreation matrix experienced that same increase as well. And the same kinds of needs that exist within our system exist within the systems of your county parks, your city parks, township parks, and other municipal entities that manage and maintain recreation infrastructure. So we're intending to make a $400 million commitment and reinvestment back into the kinds of places that people have relied on and depended on over the last couple of years. Building on that same theme, the governor's budget presentation that was made last week, I think, or the week before, there are some significant investments in that same fashion of building from within, building from the inside out, fixing things that have long been legacy problems and legacy challenges for us so that we're creating durability and resiliency across our system. And I'm a passionate fisherman, and one of the passion projects that I've had when I got here is the need for us to reinvest and significantly reinvest back into our fish hatchery infrastructure that we have in the state of Michigan. We have 6 state fish hatcheries that we operate and maintain. We raise and stock over 22 million fish every single year. That's a lot of little critters for us to take care of, and that's across the spectrum. So we're talking cool water fish like walleye and muskie, our cold water fish species like brook trout and brown trout, our iconic salmon fishery in the Great Lakes with our Chinook and coho program. All of those are generated from our state fish hatcheries, and those state fish hatcheries are a little bit long in the tooth, and we haven't been able to take care of them in the way that we need to. So the governor's proposed that we're going to spend $30 million of make a one-time investment in our state fish hatchery infrastructure to do things like improve our energy efficiency at our state fish hatcheries. 15% of all the energy that's consumed in the Department of Natural Resources is attributed to those 6 facilities. And we have some challenges there because the fish hatcheries run on kind of 2 primary media. You need water and you need electricity. We need water, obviously, because fish live in water and we grow fish in water, and you need to condition and treat that water to keep it at the right temperature, to keep it oxygenated at the kinds of levels that those fish like. But you also got to move a lot of water around, and that means we're running big pumps and we're doing a lot of things with electricity to condition that water. And so what we found is the technology that we developed in the 1940s in some cases, 50s and 60s in our state fish hatcheries, we've not been able to stay contemporary with keeping those facilities in a modern condition. And so when we have a pump failure or we have a power outage, we don't have, our backup capability is very poor, and it creates a lot of risk for us. Those 22 million fish can't live for long in water that is not conditioned or treated by our hatchery staff. So there's a critical need for us to make investments there. We also need to make some investments in our biosecurity at our fish hatcheries because we raise a lot of fish. We are much more sensitive, I think, these days to understanding the challenges of fish and wildlife health and fish and wildlife disease and the likelihood that we could be introducing fish disease to different species that, you know, there might be a walleye disease that they're immune to, but they carry it and can introduce it to our salmon. So we need to make sure that we're doing our job and fulfilling our responsibilities of prioritizing investment back into biosecurity at our fish hatcheries as well. Well, talk about parks again for just a second, and again, this plays off a theme that we heard Lieutenant Governor Cali talk about this morning. But we're a big employer. In our state park system, we talked about a 30% increase in visitation to our state parks, and we had about 30% of our seasonal and short-term worker positions in that same system went unfilled for us last year. The same kinds of workforce challenges that everyone in the business community is experiencing, we certainly experience those as well. In a lot of ways, there are big portions of the Department of Natural Resources that are in the hospitality business, and again, those same kinds of macroeconomic challenges in the wage and the labor force. We felt those and experienced those in our department as well. And so it's created some real challenge for us. We've had to prioritize really only doing things that are customer facing and customer service oriented because we had far fewer people to help work in our parks than what we have in typical years. So one of the investments that we're looking to make in the budget this year is to make our starting pay rates a little bit more competitive and a little bit more on market than where they've been before. I live in Isabella County. I've told this story a million times, but if you drive down Mission Street in Mount Pleasant, downtown Mount Pleasant, and you drive by the Subway, and Subway was going to pay someone 16 bucks an hour to make sandwiches in the air conditioning in the summertime. It's a great job. I know when I was washing dishes in my first job at the James Street Inn in Holland, Michigan, I wasn't making anywhere close to 16 bucks an hour. But if you look at what I was going to be paying someone, same kind of workforce, same kind of job, we're competing for the same kinds of workers. I'm going to pay somebody $11.50 to scrub toilets and pull trash in my state parks. We're not able to be competitive in a wage space. We're not able to compete adequately for labor. And so that's a problem and a challenge for us when we have, especially in some of the rural northern parts of the state, we're all competing for the same workforce. And it became a real challenge for us. So one of the investments that we're making is to be much more competitive in our seasonal and short-term worker pay rates. One of the last projects, I'm just going to check my time here because I'm getting close. All right, that's good. One of the projects that I'm really excited about, we've had some conversations even today with some of our friends and partners at Northern Michigan University. But one of the really innovative things that we're trying to do in the agency is to think differently about how we can better and more effectively utilize the timber resources that we have here in the state of Michigan. Our forest products industry is a $20 billion industry. There is no region of the state where that is more important than right here in the Upper Peninsula. And making sure that we are reinvesting back into the vitality of that market is of primary concern and primary importance to us in the Department of Natural Resources. And one of the ways that we're looking to do that is to establish mass timber as a building and a construction material that can be used in large-scale industrial applications. I went to Michigan State University. If anybody's had a chance to go down to MSU, there's a really cool new STEM facility that was built just in the shadow of Spartan Stadium, the hallowed grounds of Spartan Stadium. And it was built with mass timber. And it helps to demonstrate that this is a technology that is scalable, that's buildable, and we can source that material right here in the state of Michigan and create yet another outlet for our timber products that we develop right here. So a few years ago, we worked with the legislature and we won a capital outlay appropriation to build a new customer service center over in Luce County, over in Newberry. It was the last facility that we had under lease, so we're going to save ourselves about $65,000 a year. and lease payments, but we're going to build that facility out of mass timber in a way to help showcase and demonstrate that that's technology that we can build, that we can utilize here right in the state of Michigan, and start to build and create an industry and establish market demand, another market outlet and more market demand for our timber products that are built right here, that are innovated right here in the state of Michigan. There are very, very few states across the country that are thinking about these kinds of partnerships between state government and the timber industry, the construction industry, the architecture industry, and the engineering industry, to bring all of those things into alignment so that we can become a market leader, not just in the Midwest, not just in the United States, but across the country for mass timber technology. So I'm going to stop there, hopefully get us back on track for agenda a little bit, but I so appreciate the opportunity to talk about just a few of the priorities that we're working on in the Department of Natural Resources, and I'll be floating around Marquette for the next couple of days, so hopefully I'll see you all very soon at one of those. So thanks very much again, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. We know we're running a little bit behind, but we felt that there was a lot of valuable things that came to us that we want to try to get out in front of you, including having Dan speak to you in regard to some of the investment that the DNR is making across the state, but also the UP. At this point in time, I'd like to call up Sarah Lucas, with the CEO of the Lake Superior Community Partnership, and Marty Fatante, CEO at Invest UP. What we want to do right now is take the opportunity to highlight some of the different projects around the UP through the economic development efforts of folks like this, and kind of make you aware of what's been happening. We don't always see all the news, right? And the impact that's making in some of the different communities around the UP. And so they've been kind enough to give us some of their time to highlight some of those opportunities that have come up, that have been able to be funded, and created some great opportunity for a variety of the communities around the UP. So, Marty, I'll let you lead that. I know we're kind of tight on time, but take the time that you guys need to kind of outline a few of those different projects and some of the successes that we've been experiencing around the UP.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks for having us. I'm Marty Fatante, CEO of Invest UP. We're a regional economic development organization that looks to drive prosperity all across the Upper Peninsula's 15 counties. And we look to do that really in a few ways, but most importantly, it's as a partner to our local economic development organizations like Sarah Lucas and the Lake Superior Community Partnership. Excuse me. And I think one of the things that Sarah and I really wanted to focus on was the importance of local economic development and those local partners, because from our perspective, they're there to be a resource, we're there to be a resource for small business. And I think that's not always something that small business appreciates because they're so busy just doing the everyday work. I have a wife who's an accountant, has 7 on staff, and so I know from that perspective how difficult it is as a small business to necessarily look outside and what resources are there. And one of the things that I think there's a perception that there's a number of different economic development organizations that really are in competition for with what they do. And what I can tell you is there is no competition. There's a great partnership, and on a local level, organizations like the LSCP know what's going on within the community and can be that resource for you. And when they reach maybe a question or have an issue or there's a barrier that stands in their way, hopefully it's an organization like ours then that can help with opening a door or being a resource or being a partner with the assets and the scale that we can bring. So that's part of what I think we really want to talk about, as well as some of those successes. There is an awful lot to be excited about, I think, across the Upper Peninsula, but I think it really starts with what Sarah and her team are doing on the ground.
Okay, thank you, Marty. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So the Lake Superior Community Partnership, the LSCP, I think most of you are familiar with it. I'm the CEO. I'm almost exactly a year into my position as the CEO. The LSCP has been around for about 25 years, and we provide business support services, which is kind of a very general term, but what that really means is we are there for businesses with any number of needs that they might have. So we do everything from startup services. We've helped a lot of businesses, particularly over the last year, to some of Brian Kelly's points about the number of new businesses that we've seen crop up in Michigan. We've helped a lot of startups get up and running. We help provide access to capital. We work with the Marquette County Economic Development Corporation to provide access to low-interest loans. We provide succession planning services. We provide marketing and promotional services. So there's really a very broad spectrum of services that are available to businesses just through our organization. But to Marty's point, we're really not we're not all-inclusive. There are other organizations that can meet needs, much more specific needs, within the economic development realm. So we work really closely with organizations like Accelerate UP and Innovate Marquette to make sure that they have the more granular types of information and resources that those technology or startup businesses might need. So we're really a very versatile organization, which I think is something that maybe isn't said enough. And it's one of those more intangible values that economic development organizations provide, is our ability to respond to different needs for specific businesses and for the community as a whole. An example is when COVID hit and everything was all in turmoil in terms of regulations, in terms of people's revenues and staffing. Our organization was able to walk businesses through some of the changes, was able to support them as they applied for some of those relief dollars, and so really kind of acted as a door to the resources that were available through the state and through other organizations. So just with the COVID relief funds, we helped nearly 200 businesses and provided access to over $500,000 in grants to those businesses. So that's one aspect of our work, but I think when we think about economic and business needs, there are a lot of other roles that we play in terms of bringing the community together to support our local economic issues. And I can talk a little bit more about that. I don't want to take up all the time here today, but really just kind of wanted to introduce LSCP and some of the basics of how we operate. But again, kind of going back to the range of services, we're there regardless of what a business needs.
And I think it's important to note that there's an LSCP in most every community in the Upper Peninsula. So unfortunately, there are 2 counties in the Upper Peninsula that don't have any economic development resources, and I think that's a miss. And so one of the things that we've been having is conversations with state policymakers to say, how do you use some of those American Rescue Plan funding dollars to make sure that there are organizations like the LSCP in those 2 counties? And then there are 2 counties in the Upper Peninsula as well that only have part-time staff. And so you can hear from Sarah the value that an organization like the LSCP can provide locally. And let me give you an example of that. Sarah mentioned the relief grants. That's a great example. But we as an organization were entrusted from the state with $7.2 million. So working with our partners like the LSCP across the UP, we socialized that $7.2 million to 1,100 businesses at the height of COVID. And so that's the type of thing that we can do in partnership. But on a more private sector side, in terms of relationally, I saw Jeff Holt and Chris Olson here from Chippewa County and Sault Ste. Marie. Chris had an opportunity with a fabricator that was struggling over in the Sioux, wanted a door open to a big Department of Defense contractor down near Menominee County, had no relationship to do that. And so that's the type of connection that we can make. And within days, we were able to open that door to allow that fabricator to have a conversation with that Department of Defense manufacturer. So it's those types of things working in partnership that we're able to do on a local level for you, and why I think it's so important for small business to reach out to the LSCPs that are across the Upper Peninsula.
And I would maybe add to Marty's example about kind of the door opening activities. It's the kind of thing that I think is underappreciated about economic development organizations. I think that we're all kind of looking for the big win, like the GM announcement last month, or the big loss like Ford in the fall. I think the economic development conversation has really focused on those big companies relocating in our communities. But economic development is really a much longer game than that, and I think the successes are sometimes less tangible. It really takes a lot of partners on the ground to make sure that the businesses that are here have the support that they need to expand, and that the communities themselves are ready to support new business or existing businesses that's looking to grow. And that really takes capacity, which is, again, a very kind of nebulous term, and I think probably doesn't really get people very excited. No one really gets excited about capacity until you realize that you need it and you don't have it. And that's what happened in some of the communities in Michigan during COVID that didn't have economic development organizations. They really felt that lack very acutely. So having an organization like the LSCP or the other economic development organizations that we have in the UP is more valuable, I think, than the community often realizes, because we have an organization that is focused solely on the economic sustainability and prosperity of our region. And in my experience with the economy or with any other topic, if it's not someone's job, it's often not going to get done, or not going to get done to the extent that we want it to. So it's really important to have that focus organizationally. And kind of beyond that, again, going back to the number of partners who need to be engaged in economic development in a community, it also is really important to have an organization like the LSCP to bring them together around that focus. So it's easy to count jobs as a measure of success in economic development, but it's definitely not the only thing that we should be paying attention to.
So, quick question.
Thank you.
As a business owner, my head's down, working my business and in my business, all that kind of stuff on a regular basis. I don't necessarily see or understand the value that some of these economic development groups have and how they can affect my business. And I think for a lot of small business owners, we run into that same thing. We get that annoying phone call to join a membership or do something like that. But we're not really necessarily understanding the true value that those kinds of things are bringing in. And so how do we go about better leveraging those resources as a business owner? And what are some of the key flags as a business owner that would tell me I need to pick up the phone, I need to call Sarah, I need to call Marty, I need to call Lois. There's a variety of different EDO groups around the UP, but what tells me it's time for me to leverage that resource?
I think if there's a question, it's time to leverage it's time to leverage the resource. And I say that because I mentioned earlier we work on any part of the spectrum, from startups up to succession planning. And so if you're thinking about starting a business and you have questions about that process, most people do, the LSCP can help walk you through that process. If you're looking at expansion, that's another time that it's really important to have some additional resources and information about what your next steps might be. And if you're thinking about exiting or retiring or selling the business, that's another great time to think about calling our business development staff. In the meantime, again, we provide marketing and promotional support, and so even if you're not in a change phase of your business, you're still able to take advantage of our resources in terms of building up your customer recognition, or just kind of getting your name out there, connecting with other businesses, networking, joining some of the community initiatives that we're a part of. So there's always a time, and we're always available to help.
I completely agree with that, Rich, and I think it's important to know that invariably there's no cost to these charges, or there's no cost to these services. And so it comes by virtue of support that organizations like the LSCP are getting from you, or like organizations like us are getting from UPCO and Michigan Works. And so if there is a question, you have a concern, or there's a barrier, that is the time to reach out. So, you know, maybe you've been to a bank and you're struggling to get some capital that you need. You know, come back to the LSCP, come back to Invest, because maybe we have a relationship that can open a door, take a look at it a bit differently. Maybe it's going over to Northern Initiatives and doing what they do really well. So if you're a startup that, you know, you have a great idea, but you don't have the blueprint and a business plan, maybe that's back to Northern Initiatives and them helping you with the business plan, or the SBDC helping you put those basics together, getting in front of the Smart Zone and what they're doing with entrepreneurs and innovators. Maybe it's a barrier that the state's got in the way, right? Allowing us to open a door to policymakers to say, you know, why is that? Why can't we make that change that maybe is not just endemic to that particular business, but it's really something that is impacting business all across the Upper Peninsula. So I completely agree with where Sarah's at in terms of if you got a question, if there's an obstacle, that's the time to reach out.
So the EDO is a good place to reach out to get started. They can point you in the right direction, or they can provide services to help, right? Any questions? I know we've got some other EDO representatives from around the UP. I know, Marty, you're involved in some coordination stuff with a number of them across the UP, but if you want to mention some of the other the folks. I know Lois Ellis is here from Dickinson.
Yeah, I walked in late, so I apologize. I haven't gotten a chance to see who's around the room. I saw Chris earlier, but we are really blessed to have people like Lois, like Chris, like Jeff Holt, that they're really sincere and looking to help. And at the end of the day, they're motivated to do what's right for their communities, right? I think at the end of the day, that's what brings Sarah and I satisfaction in the jobs that we do. Is your communities are our communities. And so we're looking to make a difference in those communities, and we're tasked through our job to do just that. So we're truly blessed, and I think you saw that through COVID, that you had a community of economic development organizations that came together really quickly and talked about what can we do to triage the real needs that small businesses have.
Anybody have any questions? Well, let me thank you guys. I appreciate it. I know we've been on a variety of different calls and trying to put this together. I'm blessed in being part of the Small Business Association of Michigan as well. And believe me, there's a lot of resources out there for us as business owners that we can leverage. The key is we have to pick up the phone and call, and we have to exercise. So there's not a question that you can't ask, that you can't bring to these folks and get some help. That's what they're there for. That's what drives their every day. So that's going to kind of conclude where we're at in the first half. Brett, do you have anything you feel you need to add? I'm going to thank you guys. Appreciate it. Can you guys give these guys a round of applause? Thank you. And they'll also be involved in our session later today that is hosted by Mr. Brian Calley as we talk about what topic are we talking about there? Yeah, engagement with the political system, and that'll always be fun. So we're gonna shift gears. We're gonna be covering a few different things from an educational standpoint in regards to things that we feel are in need for our small business owners. You have some things you need to tie up first?
Just maybe a quick comment or two before we make the transition to the afternoon session. For those of you who are not able to stay, and we hope all of you are, thanks again for turning out and for participating in today's event. Great to see all of you, particularly given the fact that it's been nearly 2 years since we were in this room and we celebrated business here in area code 906 like we were able to do today. On behalf of myself, the board, my co-chair Rich, thanks to all of you again for your support. There is a survey that you can link to when you take a look at the table tent that's on your tables. If you would please take a few moments and respond to the request. That information, that feedback is very helpful as we try to plan for next year's event. And Rich, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and let's get underway with the rest of the program today, AKA known as the boss part of the program. Rich?
I'm blessed to be involved with a group called the Small Business Association of Michigan, of course, with Brian Calley, and shared the thoughts and ideas with Brett about trying to bring some educational opportunity to small business owners in conjunction with this meeting. And so we brainstormed a variety of different topics. We've been able to engage some great, look at this just a second. We've been able to engage some great participants, some speakers with us to join in. And these are going to be conversations. We hope that you'll engage with us for these conversations as we go through things. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and dive right into the piece that I'm leading. And it's talking about succession planning. And it's a big issue. We'll cover a couple of those questions. Bring this up real quick. That's my grandson, by the way. So the state of business succession, and it is a big issue, whether you're trying to transition to another family member, somebody in the business ownership, or trying to attract somebody on the outside. Some pretty scary thoughts or scary numbers when you start to look at the whole process of transitioning a business. About 20 to 30% of businesses that go to sell their business are unsuccessful, okay, or are successful. That means 70 to 80% of those that are selling their business, you know, aren't having the success to do the type of transition that they're looking for. Let's see if I can put this up here. Appreciate. So there's an issue there. There's a disconnect somewhere, and trying to understand that as you get deeper into things, you begin to understand. I'm not a good podium guy. Sorry about this. In some different things studies that have been done, 88% have no transition plan. So a business owner is sailing down the path, and then one day he looks in the corner and there's his golf clubs and all of his buddies are on the course, or her buddies are out tennis, or whatever your favorite thing is to do that you're not doing because you're behind your desk as a business owner. That day is, of regret is a hard thing. So having that transition plan in place well in advance of the time that you're looking to retire or move on from your business is very important. And of course, we as business owners identify ourselves as our business, right? And so that becomes a big challenge. And then 80% of those who are looking to transition don't seek out any advice. And that's a scary thought, because you're leaving a lot of value at the table at that point in time. And 90% of business owners, their business is their largest asset. So their focus is to use that liquidity event when they sell their business to fund their retirement. So they better be taking very good care of that. And mystery value, right? Most business owners have no idea what their business is truly worth. They have their thoughts, their ideas. They heard that their buddy down the street sold a similar business at X multiple, that kind of stuff. And so it's important that you understand the value of the business, because I'm in the investment business, the wealth management business. And if you don't understand what the value of your business is, how can you understand what the quality of the lifestyle and retirement you're going to have? Those two things are very, very interconnected. Some other things. 41% of business owners are baby boomers. The youngest baby boomers are 58 years old. So 41% of businesses are in the hands of folks that are either in retirement already or pretty darn close. And so that means there's a lot of turnover going to be happening in business, and it already has. Another interesting fact, only 30% of family-owned businesses pass successfully to the next generation. We're going to have a great conversation with Gina in a little bit about the transition that they're doing, and there are successful ones out there. I've been blessed to work with a few different clients that have been able to successfully pass to the next generation. But it is challenging, and it has its own set of different challenges as well. 50% of those sell transactions that get started become lost in the due diligence process. And there's some things that really impact the reasons why that happens. And then lackadaisical, getting back to a little bit of the understanding of the value of the business. The business owner needs to understand what that lifestyle is going to take to support. And they have to also understand that the sale of their business is one of the largest tax events that they're going to experience. And they're only going to do it once, hopefully, right? And so making sure that you understand the value and the value you need to derive from that business are very important in that process. Who are the buyers? Who are buying businesses out there? Well, relatives, next generation, that's an area. It has its challenges, but that's an area of opportunity for transitioning your business. Existing employees, as a business owner, finding those folks that have the great promise that can carry on the business the way you'd like to see that. That's an opportunity for you to bring them in and groom them for the ability to take on the business in the future. Competitors. Competitors can be an option, but you have to be very, very careful into wading into those waters, right? You have to make sure that you get the non-disclosures and non-competes, and there's a lot of stuff you need to be working closely with an attorney on to protect your business as you open up your books and other things to a potential suitor. Synergistic, businesses that complement what you're doing. You know, you may be making a component, they may be making a component. By bringing those two different businesses together, it's a match that's made perfectly. Or maybe you're both using the same input materials, those kinds of things. So some economies of scale that can help. So that would be an area to look. One of the things that you're seeing out there nowadays, there's a lot of dollars sloshing around in the investment area, the private capital area. We're seeing it, with some opportunities for clients to sell to a consolidator or, the sad part is a lot of times they're looking for depressed values and they're just chasing things to flip them. But they are opportunities that are out there. The other interesting thing, like what got highlighted in Brian's conversation is there's a lot of people leaving the workforce today that have a lot of experience. They may be, former high-level executives that are looking at that next chapter for themselves, and they're seeing that in their, being their own boss and an opportunity to take over an entity. So that's where we're looking at for buyers. Some of the mistakes to avoid, not planning ahead. As Stephen Covey said, you begin with the end in mind, right? So you have to know what that picture has to look like in the end and then build back from there. Not preparing the business. Cleaning up the books, those kinds of things. There's a lot of us that, we don't buy toilet paper anymore. We just bring that home from the business, right? Our cars are on there, all of that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things that funnel through the business that, you need to start cleaning those things up so that you want the books to look as solid and as correct and clean as possible. And so make sure that, you know, that you've got the business in those steps. Work closely with your CPA, work closely with your attorney. Just an entity difference, moving from a C Corp to an S Corp, some of those kinds of things can make a big difference in how those things come together. Not understanding the process. You know, this is, you know, something that you're going to do once in your lifetime, hopefully. Make sure that you understand the process of selling your business and the tools and things that are at your disposal to make that happen. And not investing in great advisors. Again, this is not what you do every day. If you want to maximize your opportunity, make sure that you have a team of folks that have that are looking out for your best interest throughout that process. And again, not understanding the value. Those are areas that, you know, you need to pay attention to as you're planning ahead for that transition opportunity. Preparing for exit. Again, begin with the end in mind, clean up those financial records, get a proper valuation, and engage experts. At this point in time, I'd like to call up Gina Thorson. Gina is the president of Stormy Cromer and Jacquard Products. They are up in Ironwood. We're all very familiar with the Stormy Cromer brand, very proud that it is a UP brand. Gina is also, yeah, I think you can grab one of those mics right there. Gina is also on the Small Business Association of Michigan board with me. The unique insights that we have with Gina is that she is in the process of transitioning with her father. And I've had the chance to talk with Gina on a variety of different occasions about that process. And it's kind of a unique window into, you know, her point of view of how that is happening, where are the challenges, and what are the opportunities. And so to start with, Gina, if you wouldn't mind, tell us a little bit about your pre-Stormy days as you left the UP for warmer territory for a little while.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here and hopefully can shed some insight into the kind of things that Rich is talking about. But yes, I was the stereotypical kid who grew up in the small town in the UP and wanted to get out as quickly as they could, and thought I had bigger plans than Ironwood could handle. So my degree is actually in arts administration. I had a great love of the arts as a kid and participation in the arts, and of course I was immersed in business my entire life at the kitchen table with my dad and my grandpa. So I thought, well, here's a great way to combine the two things. So after college, my then fiance and I moved to North Texas. He was continuing his degree there. And I got a great job in Dallas, Texas, working for a nonprofit organization called Young Audiences of Greater Dallas that coordinated community artists into the public schools. And I thought it was like my dream job. I got there, and it really was for that part of my life. I got there when it was just growing. Worked with a wonderfully charismatic and inspirational leader, a woman who taught me so much about collaboration, coalition building, leadership. And I had a wonderful career there as we grew from a couple $1 million organization to a $15 million organization that served all 150 elementary schools in the city of Dallas. And when I left, I was the vice president of programs. So I had a very successful career, loved what I did. But you know, the UP has a strong pull, so.
So what was that decision process like? I mean, was your father trying to recruit you on a regular basis? I know, Bob, I can see that happening.
Yeah, I got asked a lot when we would come home. Texas, our summer vacations were back up here. My husband's from Milwaukee, so Midwestern as well. Yes, would you ever consider coming back to be a part of the business? Sorry, Dad, nope. But finally, one of those times, since we were children, since we were quite young, my sister and I both had ownership in the business. So I've been an owner for quite a long time. And so when I did come home, he would involve me in conversation just about the business, how things were going, challenges, high-level stuff. And one year we did that actually in Minneapolis, where some of our advisors that Rich mentioned that you need to look for are, from the financial perspective, all the kind of succession planning, lawyers, but also family business kind of helpers. And I had a meeting there on one of our vacations home. And in that meeting, we had been in Dallas about 10 years at that point, and in that meeting I realized my sister works in the business also, but the leadership and the outward facing piece of it is not of interest to her, and it was clear in that meeting. And on the plane ride home, I thought, wow, this thing that my grandpa started and that my dad's been doing and that keeps 100 people working in Ironwood, Michigan, might not make it much longer. And what would it be like if it wasn't in the family? And so about 6 months later, I called my dad and said, so what would it be like if I came home? And I wish I could have seen him because I think his jaw hit the floor. So that was the start of it.
So that's the start of the conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did you see as far as, the challenges that you would have in coming back and getting involved with the business? And when you looked at that and then you experienced the move back and getting involved in the business, how did that process work out? I mean, I'm sure there were times of, why did I do this?
Not that many, but yes. I mean, a couple of challenges. One, the family piece is complicated, and I really didn't I wanted this to be coming home to my family, not something that would eventually be destructive to the family. So actually after I talked to my dad, the first phone call I made was to my sister. She's younger than me, and there's been always a little bit of, in the shadow of the big sister. Any siblings understand that? And so I wanted to make sure that it was okay with her that I would come back. The wares are laughing over here. So I made a phone call to her to make sure that it would be okay. And quite honestly, if she hesitated or if she had some concerns, I don't know if I would have come. Like, it was that important to me. But instead she said, how fast can you be here? So that was good. That was one. One other particular challenge in our business, there were people that worked for us that had known me since I was 4 or 5 years old. And so there's this thought, how am I going to come into this? And their perception of me is the little girl in pigtails that ran around here on Saturday morning when my dad, because, business owners work on the weekends. So there was some trepidation about that piece of it. And then I kind of knew in my heart that I could transition from nonprofit to for-profit, because at the end of the day, they're both running a business. But there was some, would my skills translate? Hesitation as well. And I actually started as a customer service agent at Stormy Kromer and Jacquard Fabric Products. I only did that for a couple of months, but it was the best thing I ever did to come into the business, sit in a cubicle, put a headset on, talk to angry customers, talk to happy customers, and I learned all the different facets of the business, but I also built up a lot of credibility, that I wasn't just coming in from far away and thinking I was just going to waltz into the leadership. So those kinds of things helped.
So you talked a little bit about the relationship with your sister. What about with your dad? How has that evolved in this transitioning process?
It's funny because when I was a teenager, my dad and I butted heads pretty strongly, because it's actually because we're so much alike. We're both pretty strong, pretty smart, pretty opinionated, think we know the way to get things done. So it's kind of funny looking back, because we had some moments when I was a teenager. But truly, I respect I'm sure a lot of you know Bob Jacquard. He's maybe the most well-networked man in the UP. But he is a tremendous leader. I have tremendous respect for what he grew from something very, very small. And he's a great communicator, and it's really just been all about communication, and we're extremely close. We did have some moments I've been back since 2009, so that's the long time we've been doing this. There were I might be jumping ahead to one of your other questions, but I'm on a roll. One of the things that was not done well is that when I came back, there wasn't clarity with me coming back about what kind of time trajectory we were on. And in my mind, it was shorter than in his mind. Now, in hindsight, his timeline was the right one, but there was some tension and some friction, because I had some assumptions in my mind about how this should be progressing and what kind of leadership I should be having as the years went on. And he had a different, so we didn't communicate about that very well early on. But once we got that aligned, we're just, I don't know, we're straight shooters, and we just, hey, Dad, I'm uncomfortable with this, let's talk about it. I think for family businesses, the other thing that's important is to separate a family conversation from a business conversation. I mean, I know some of them are messy and complicated and are both, but there are times where I have to say, are you my boss or my dad right now? Because I'm unclear. And there are differences. So that's, that's the family piece.
Well, and, I've had conversations with you in the past. You've done a great job of seeking outside, leadership and outside coaching and different other things to improve on your skills and your things within the business, not just relying on your dad. Can you tell me a little bit about how that is working as far as evolving, where the transition is going?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty, so we're like very much in the meat of the transition right now, and I'm just gonna do a clarifying, the kinds of things Rich talked about with thinking about succession, there's a million different ways to do that right, and there's a million different combinations, and we think of the ownership piece in one that's one conversation, and there's some that's been taken care of quite a long time ago with a legal team and a financial team, and thinking about the tax implications, all of that, and then there's the executive piece of it, the CEO piece. So the financial piece is in place. The CEO piece is what we're heavy into right now, and we'll be actually really making a shift later this year. And as a part of that, we have engaged with actually two outside advisors that are actually coaching both Bob and I on the transition, because he's got a lot of letting go to do. This is his entire life. Last fall was 50 years that he has been in this business. And so he's ready to, he's not going away, let me just clue you all into that. Will be changing roles and focusing on a few things that he's really good at and that he really loves. But we've engaged with two folks from the outside that have some different expertise. Part of it is expertise in how we just straight up continue to grow Stormy Cromer into a national and hopefully international brand. So some of that is brand building and strategic growth, and how do we grow a brand while keeping it family owned and not having giant, deep private equity pockets, because we're not interested in that. We want this to remain a family owned and driven brand. So part of it is that, but it's also, I've not been a CEO before. I'm pretty sure I can do it, but I haven't done it before. And so one of the gentlemen is going to really mentor me on where I need to grow and what kind of CEO the company needs today, because it's different than the kind of CEO the company needed in 1985. So we've got two folks doing that. And then, quite frankly, the Small Business Association of Michigan, being on that board and being exposed to business leaders and business owners throughout the state, because as you all know, in the UP, it can get pretty isolating, and let me clue you in, Ironwood feels way more isolated than Marquette, and so sometimes it feels like we don't have those connections to other folks who have been there, done that. There's David Roy, one of the members of SBAM, went through a transition with his father some years back, and he's been invaluable to talk through it with him from that perspective, because there's like emotions and stuff to it. Like the lawyers and all are fine, they help you with that part, but who helps you with the emotional part? Because there is that. So yeah, we've never strayed away from having outside help us think this through.
And again, that's part of what I've admired about chatting with you about the process. And again, a lot of the things that Gina's talking about and doing, that could be somebody internal to your organization. It may not be a family member that you, again, much like what she's doing, going through that grooming process, that education process. You as the business owner, have some fixed ideas of where you want that business to go and things like that. But somebody coming in with new and fresh ideas, and I know Gina and her dad bump heads on some of those things at different points along the way, because they both see the brand. They both have had a vision for the brand for a long, long time. And now it's trying to bring those things together. But elevating that person, that key person within your organization, and educating through that process, if you've been able to find that person, and that person isn't part of your family, again, things like what she's talking about are keys to making a successful transition. Because the key thing is that when Bob walks away, that Gina continues to drive that growth of the brand and drive that growth of the business, not only for her family, but for the community that that business is in, because 100 jobs in Ironwood, Michigan is a big employer. So again, understand some of those things. They're not just within a family. It's part of, you know, grooming that next person to run the business. You know, you talked about, you know, your dad had a plan in place a long time ago to talk about transitioning ownership. And again, that for those of you that don't have a plan or haven't started a plan, the best time to start is tomorrow when you get back and start looking at those advisors that can help you put that plan together. The transition plan doesn't have to be for tomorrow, but at some point in time, you need to be laying those seeds, laying that groundwork for that. And you may not have that person identified, those kinds of things today, but understanding the process and educating yourself on the process, the earlier you begin to do that, the more it impacts your business and maximizing that value when you transition. So as we close this up, tell me a little bit about, you know, some of the great experiences that you've been able to go through with your dad as you're looking to, again, elevate, now president, moving to CEO, those kinds of things. What has been maybe some of your proudest moments, maybe some of his proudest moments?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think for him, it's easier for me to answer for him. I think he's, you know, it's been very rewarding for him, for, you know, our generation, the third generation, to be taking this business forward. And I think there's a lot of days where he feels like a very proud dad at work every day, and I think that's awesome. You know, I think just the way that we've been able to grow Stormy Kromer the last few years, and quite honestly, for all of, you know, businesses, it's been tough the last 2 years, right? Like, it's been intense, and we all had to do things we never did before. And I can't really picture doing that with someone else than a family member and maybe, you know, your dad, your biggest champion, and the two of us. Literally, we were both sewing masks at one point in 2020 when that was all that our company could do. So honestly, that might be one of the proudest moments, sitting on the sewing machine floor, both of us making masks, and knowing that we figured out how to keep, you know, folks employed, not having to send people home, not having to lay anyone off. Surviving COVID and frankly coming out on the other side with Stormy Kromer, being on a real trajectory for growth and being able, you know, on a path to adding positions and continuing to add even some of those higher level positions at our facility in Ironwood. Yeah, I'd say this last 2 years, getting through it and doing it with someone as great as Bob Jackward is, yeah, I couldn't be prouder. Great.
Hey, listen, if you wouldn't mind giving Gina a round of applause for sharing her experience. And Gina, you'll be around in case there's a few specific questions. Thanks. At this point in time, I'd like to go ahead and transition things over to Mr. Brian Calley in beginning our next topic, which I think, again, got highlighted pretty well during his discussion earlier today as we look to address talent, retention, recruitment, all of those things. You going to need anything here? Okay, I'll get out of your way.
All right, if I could have, first of all, congratulations on having enough staff to spend all day with us, first of all. Thank you for that. We'll have some pretty interesting discussions. Then Quentin Messer Jr. from the new CEO or new-ish CEO of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation will be up here for a few days, but he's going to start here with just a little reception here at the end. Would love for you to meet him. I'm a big fan of his. I think that it was a great move within MEDC to bring him on board, a great mindset that I think will, in the way that he views economic development is particularly positive for areas that aren't metropolis areas, you know, the types of places where I'm from and where you're from. Could I have Bill Raymond and Ruth Selinsky and Spencer Steng come on up and just have a seat here, and we'll have we'll have a conversation about workforce. And earlier today when we gave the thank you. Earlier today, when we talked about the workforce challenges and how they're not just going to go away, wanted to follow that up with a real discussion on. I should have thought about a ramp situation. My apologies there, Bill. We wanted to follow it up with a conversation that made it much more practical. So we can see the stats. We know it's difficult. Unfortunately, there is no reason to believe that it is going to get any easier in the future. And so to really break it down to real kind of practical discussion, we wanted to take it off the charts and the stats and really just get down to business. But let's start with just some introductions, and maybe since Ruth, it looks like you've got all mic'd up, we'll start with you. Maybe just a quick intro on who you are.
Sure, thanks. Hi, everybody. My name's Ruth Malinsky. I currently serve as the Director of HR and Total Rewards for what is today Resolve Surgical. You may know it better as RTI Surgical. We're a biomed manufacturing facility in Marquette, and we have the blessing of having a view of Lake Superior out the window, so get to do meaningful work in a great environment. I've been in HR for many, many years. I was thinking about Gina's comments as she was saying them around surviving this pandemic. It's the first one I've been through, but getting to the other side with our employees intact was a real win. But I have a master's degree from Northern, so it's a great day to be a Wildcat, as well as a bachelor's degree from the University of Texas at Dallas. And I'm looking forward to spending some time with this great panel that we have.
All right, excellent. Thanks, Ruth. And Dr. Spencer Stang, same thing.
Hi, I'm Spencer Stang. I own Stang Decision Systems. We started in 2001 and headquartered in Marquette. We also have a Lakeview. And our main product is a software as a service called HireScore, which is a service that we use to help companies hire people, a little bit of employee development as well, but primarily hiring start to finish. I have a PhD in industrial and organizational psychology from the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Wife and 2 kids, a dog, cat, and a lizard. That's it.
All right, very good. And Bill Raymond.
Hi, I'm Bill Raymond. I'm the CEO for Upper Peninsula Michigan Works. I've been up here about 4.5 years, and we have offices in 14 out of the 15 counties in the UP, so hopefully we're very accessible for our business and job seeker customers. And one thing I like to say, I ran into a nice little bumper sticker a couple of years ago. So it says, I may not have been born in the UP, but I got here as fast as I could. So, and we love it up here. We live in the Gladstone area, and my wife and I, my wife Finetta and I are, like I say, happy to be up here, and we've had a good time. And just to be, to try to fit in with the UP culture, and in honor of Gina Thorson and her dad, I do have my Stormy Cromer equipment on with my shirt and my vest, so I can vouch for it.
Yeah, very smooth. I was going to mention too that, and I hadn't run into Bob in quite a while, but my son, who drove me up here because I had PRK eye surgery about a week ago, when back in 2011 I was first elected, he came up here with me, and we were visiting a lot of places. We stopped by Stormy Cromer, and they made a sign when we walked in. And I was lieutenant governor at the time, first year lieutenant governor, and it was kind of a big deal. And anyway, they made this sign up, and it said, my son's name is Colin. It said, "Welcome Colin Callie and his dad." And he kept that sign up in his room for years. And he wanted to get something to eat. There's this Cajun place in town. Every time we're in Marquette, so he's off eating right now. He can drive now, so consider yourself warned. So let's start, Ruth. You're in human resources.
Mm-hmm.
Human resources is, it's been there's so much changing out there in the world today. Can you maybe give us a lay of the land? And before we get into the practical strategies and things, just what's happening out there on the ground right now?
Yeah. So I pulled a couple of stats in preparation for our conversation, and we have today 10.9 million open positions, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And on average, the turnover rate is running right about 58%. So I think I shared with you guys when we were getting to know each other that we have a recruiter, and we were working on a particular search, and he said, Ruth, the war for talent is over, and talent won. And it was a profound moment just to be thinking about the fact that as we're going to the marketplace, the needs and expectations of our potential employees are completely different than they were when we were probably starting out. And COVID only cemented that, in my view, in that people really hit the reset button on what was important to them, from a work-life balance standpoint, where they wanted to live, right? The geography that they wanted to occupy. I think there are some pluses and minuses for all of us who are trying to attract talent to the UP. I think there are people who are knocking on our doors today because they had an hour-and-a-half commute, or they were spending time in ways that weren't meaningful and weren't feeding their inner life. And so they're interested in a place like Marquette, or really throughout the UP. And there are also challenges for us in that I think COVID taught us that for knowledge-based work, it can be done anywhere. So if you were retaining employees because they wanted to live in Marquette and not because you had such a fantastic culture, now all of those other institutions are knocking on their door. And so I think it just turns up the volume a little bit on employment experience and what we have to be ready to do to embrace today's staff and the staff of the future.
So Spencer, kind of the same question, but let's with everything that has changed, and maybe even sprinkle in some that there's a generational change that's happening right now too, and the one going out and the one coming in are let's just say dissimilar to each other, and so but maybe just talk about the types of strategies, how the landscape has changed, and how employers have to are approaching accommodation of those changes.
Well, I guess to start, I've been kind of excited in the last couple of years because I've had to relearn everything that I thought I knew. Everything that used to be simple, we're going to post a job, we're going to get this many applicants, we're going to fill it in 30 days, and it's a whole new ballgame. I mean, everything is different. The expectations of the candidates are completely different. So we've had to adapt, and we've had to say, I don't know more than I like to say, but we are definitely learning as we go in this process. For sure, from the employer's perspective, you need to kind of forget what you think you know and just start over, new data, and having conversations like this is a good starting point. Looking at the data and kind of, I put an asterisk by every data point, every statistic that you'd say from the unemployment rate to how long it takes to fill a job, how much it's going to cost to fill a job, how much you're going to have to pay. All that in the past is, it's still useful information, but you cannot count on it. So you have to be ready to adapt, ready to learn it. For example, if we put out a job posting, if it's not working in 3 days, we start changing stuff. We change the budget, we change the job title, we change where it's posted, because if it's not working right away, it's probably not going to work in 2 weeks or 30 days.
So, Bill, with kind of hitting on a highlight that was described earlier, that there are organizations, there are tools, there are resources, but people running businesses heads down, dealing with day to day. Could you maybe give us some insight into what are some of the most practical tools that you wish more people knew about?
Mm-hmm. I think other speakers have mentioned this too, but working on retention is one of the big things. I've seen that a lot. Because there are people out there looking for work, but as you know, those can be few and far between and hard to pry away from their current job. But if you have a good, strong culture, you pay people adequately, you have other things in place that make people feel like there's a purpose, they're affirmed and valued, things like that, that goes a long way toward, but one of the things that Spencer mentioned too, I was just reading an article recently that talked about, he mentioned the generational thing. Take a look at aging baby boomers, because it says there are a lot of boomers, like in their 50s even, and late 50s, that have left the workforce but weren't ready to retire, so they're not drawing Social Security, so they may be working for full-time or even part-time work. So take a look at that population, because it's strong work ethic, they show up, they do the job, all of those things. So take a look at that too. But I would also say take a look at younger workers that may not have the exact experience or length of experience you work for. I know we often hear from younger workers, I need a job to get experience, but they want me to have more experience than I've got, so can you hire me? Take a chance on people, especially if you get someone, they're smart, they're hardworking, they're eager to learn, and look for somebody who's really eager to learn, because you can teach those skills. So if they bring those employability skills, take a chance on them, give them that experience, because they're desperately looking for that. So I think those are some of the practical ways. And I know at Michigan Works, we do that, but also we're focusing on training for people. I know up in the UP, it's been, especially over the last couple of years, some of our training dollars weren't being used because people weren't quite looking for that. But as a company, take a look at what you can do for your internal training, but then take a look at, say, Michigan Works or other organizations where they can provide community colleges that can provide some scholarships. The state of Michigan has Michigan Reconnect and the Future for Frontliners funding that can go a long way. Because I think in the future, we've all heard the stories about the jobs of the future they're not there yet. We don't know what they are, but people are going to need that training and that foundation. So invest in those people as much as you can and encourage them, because that concept of adult learning and continual learning, I think, will really go a long way. And but in the UP, that can be a little tricky, because people, they need to take care of their families, but can they get training at the same time they take care of their families? And there are some ways we can focus on that, but those are some of the first things that come to mind.
Back in January of 2019, I was just exiting office. I got a call from a friend who just became governor, and that I'd known for a long time, served in the legislature with Governor Whitmer, and said, I'd like to do something similar to what Tennessee did with Reconnect and my Opportunity Scholarship, but essentially to make community college or post-high school certificates broadly available to everybody, and essentially take cost out of the equation, and ask, would I be willing to kind of coalesce the business community around that? Now, the whole business community did come around it and support it. For us, though, in particular, it was the idea that you could do one at a time, right? You didn't have to have a block of 20 people that needed to go through and get a credential. You could do one person at a time, could access this benefit. And it didn't have to be in conjunction with the business, but we saw it as a pretty cool tool that could be used for smaller companies that are literally just moving small handfuls of people through training at any given point in time. So it really worked well. And it was, I expected it would be successful. It got passed and funded, passed through the legislature, funded in the next budget. But the enrollment was even surprising to me. I mean, I thought it'd be successful. I saw what happened in Tennessee, but it was pretty huge. And I'm right off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly. Do you happen to remember how many people enrolled with it? If any, tens of thousands.
I think the Michigan Reconnect, 91,000 is the number I'm.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I know we had somebody from Governor Whitmer's office here earlier, but so it's think about that many people. You get workforce shortages, so you need you really need more productivity out of our existing workforce. And it's pretty exciting to think of that type of change. So we touched a little bit then, and I want to lean into a discussion on the idea of mission and purpose. You know, we have a generation different than before, and I'm from that Generation X, kind of the tail end of Gen X, but it's the generation that, I don't know, it's like an I don't care generation, you know, kind of like chip on your shoulder, just, you know, go in and do the work and don't complain. But then, you know, there's a generation after that that really wants to be a part of something that's bigger than themselves. You know, this idea of mission and purpose. And I wonder if we could have the three, really I'll throw it out to anybody, but just the idea of that kind of mission or purpose, or that bigger overarching aspect of the work and that somebody is contributing to, and how important that is today.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, and you know, I think that context is everything, right? We talked about this earlier, that if for most of us, we're going to get out of school and we're going to spend the next 90,000 hours of our life in somebody's employ or owning our own business. And you really would hate to look back on those 90,000 hours and think that they didn't count for something, right? We spend the majority of our time with the people that we work with and engaged in the work that we do. And so having a broader purpose and being able to create a compelling vision is a really great tool for retention. Because you can have a bad day, but if you believe in what you're doing and you believe in the team that you're working with, you're going to get past the bad day. If you don't have a leadership team that cares about you, or friendships at work or some broader meeting, that bad day is going to be the day the recruiter calls. And you're going to pick up that phone. So I like to think, Bill, about what you were saying earlier. The cheapest hire is this staff you already have.
Yep.
So finding ways to just honor them and engage them and grow them is a great way to retain just a really quality workforce.
And I would add to that the mission doesn't have to be the company's mission. It's a combination of the person helping the organization achieve its mission or its goals. But the organization is also helping that person. So for example, we had a client had an employee who wanted to spend half her time working with animal shelters. So it was just, and there was a time where that was all that she did, but she realized that by making more money, she could actually help the shelter more than by just working at the shelter. So she kind of traded and worked about 30 hours a week, gave a significant amount to the shelter, still had a super flex schedule to be able to help. I mean, her true purpose was animals. It wasn't the company. The company was a means to an end, but it still helped her achieve her mission, and then she helped the company. So it doesn't have to be where you're perfectly aligned. Sometimes it's trading, so everybody can achieve their goals.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Spencer, because I can speak from experience. Now, in full transparency, I'll let you know that I'm 72 years old. So, and I'm not thinking about retiring. Now, I just re-upped for another 5 years with Michigan Works, so my board was glad to see that happen. I've got a great relationship with my boards, and our staff are great, and some of which are over here at one of the tables. But I see my personal mission as kind of a tongue-in-cheek. I want to be the oldest Michigan Works director in both either the state of Michigan or the entire U.S., so I think I'm pretty well on my way. But I love the job. So but again, the Michigan Works lets me work remotely, again, with 14 offices around the UP from St. Ignace to Bessemer Ironwood. It's a large territory up into the Keweenaw. So I get paid for traveling the UP. So where else can you find a job like that, so to speak? But I think my personal mission and the mission of Michigan Works is a great match, and I believe in both. So I think anytime you have an opportunity to do that with people, take advantage of it, because it works well.
So Spencer had mentioned the idea of it doesn't have to be inside, the mission doesn't have to be inside the business. It might be accommodating somebody really doing the things that they want to do or making an impact in the community overall. And I hate to put one of my bosses on the spot, but I thought maybe, Gina, you shared something, I don't remember when it was, some time ago about Stormy Cromer had kind of changed it. It had always quietly helped people in the community, but changed that, not because you're looking for recognition, but because it was important for your employees to be a part of an organization that took care of its community. Could you maybe just share a little bit about that?
Yeah, honestly, we had like a focus group with some employees last summer about how we could recruit some of their friends to come work for us. And in the process, we learned a lot about retaining the people in the room. So pro tip, it's a great idea to do that. But yeah, one of the things that came up, they said, well, why don't we donate to Dove, the domestic violence shelter? And my dad was like, well, we do. Well, why don't we support the animal shelter? Well, we do. But we hadn't ever, we weren't doing that to have the check and the picture in the paper, and so we just did it quietly. And so now we've got these TV screens, another thing we added throughout the factory with different announcements and things that people need to know. And so now we're putting up, this upcoming event, we're a sponsor of it. We're sponsoring the 906 Adventure Team, the bike plates on the kids' bikes, that's us. So just trying not to show off, but it's important. We actually, when we gave out bonuses this winter, we got a handwritten note from someone who thanked us more because we donated to the domestic violence shelter in Ironwood than for the bonus. That meant so much to her that we supported them. So if that's the story you were looking for?
Yes, yeah, thank you. And it's a different way of thinking about it, right? That wouldn't be an employee retention strategy that would have come up 5 years or 10 years ago. May have been a good kind of community profile strategy, but in terms of making the case for retaining employees, it wouldn't have really entered into the picture. But just recognizing that there is this sense of purpose and belonging and an impact is so important. How about for those that have the types, I think about like at the Small Business Association of Michigan, we have an awesome mission, and for certain positions, they're like right in the middle of that mission. But we also need people to process the payroll. We need people to handle the the event planning details. We need there's 28 people on the team. Maybe just talk a bit about how you pull in the ones who maybe aren't doing the front line part of the work, but are playing a supporting role, and how to connect that so that they can kind of feel the same pride toward the work that's happening.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. For people of a certain age, you may remember BASF had a commercial that showed a couple of different products, and it said, we didn't make the carpet, we didn't make the paint on the car, but we helped to make it all better, right? And I think that's how you engage those maybe they're not your revenue generators, but my team in HR, they know that we're here to remove barriers so that people can do their best work every day. And that's how we keep people coming back. And it's the same thing. I feel like your payroll processor, if he or she didn't do their job, you'd get some instant feedback from the team. I feel pretty confident about that. And I think Gina made a really important point. There are times when we come to work and we think we know what's important to people. I think a great way to figure out how you engage those people is just to have those conversations with them. Tell us what's important to you. And I don't think you have to have a whole lot of cost-based strategies around that. When people feel seen and heard, they're more likely to engage.
Yeah, one of the things that we do, like I think of my administrative staff and my fiscal staff, they're really sharp. Our chief financial officer has been at Michigan Works for about 20 years. But one of our mottos is, how do we help other organizations succeed? So they're kind of in the background in Escanaba, but Marty Fatante and Sarah Lucas, when they were up here, that $7.2 million that Marty talked about, we put that through our ACH system and distributed that to all of the companies that received that money. Now that's not an out front, shout it from the rooftops type of thing, but again, people were appreciative that money could get through quickly because other ways weren't quite as efficient, so we could get that right out there. So I think focusing on that idea of helping other organizations succeed helps some of our behind-the-scenes staff who are just great at what they do. We've had solid audits for 20, 30 years. It's like, yeah, audit, done, check that off. Our monitoring from the state, our frontline staff, we always get great monitoring reports. So it's just little things like that that really hold the thing together, for us anyway. Your situation might be a little different, but that's how we exist in the quasi-governmental work that is Michigan Works.
When you think of people having their dream job, so everybody wants to have their dream. If you look at it from a research perspective, people don't find their dream job. And that's what they think. They're in search of their dream job. They think I'm just going to find it. And when I find it, I'll be happy. In reality, when you look at people who say that they have their dream job, what they did is they took a job that was in the ballpark. It was okay. And then they took something they didn't like about that job and they got rid of it. They had somebody else do it. They outsourced it. They automated it. And then they took something else they didn't like about the job and they did the same thing and kind of rinse and repeat. Maybe they found something that they really liked that they could add to it. And they did that over a period of years, and eventually they worked their way into their dream job. That is key. And as company owners, if you can help people work in the right direction, it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be their true dream job. But as long as they're moving in the right direction, they can see a path, even the tiniest things can matter. When one person leaves, somebody steps up and says, hey, can I take that one part of their job, just that one report? And you dole that report out to somebody internally, make that person's job a little better, and just keep working it. That's a key to finding your dream job.
So I want to make sure that we have an opportunity for people to either share some insight, tips and tricks or successes. Would love to hear that, or ask questions of the panel. Rich is watching with the microphone. While he's walking across, I'll throw out, let's talk some just hardcore, pay and benefits type situations. Like we know that all this stuff is good, but you still have to be competitive. What does that competitive landscape look like? What sorts of things are you seeing change? How big are those changes? Maybe even looking over the horizon a little bit, and what employers are doing. I guess mainly it's focused on like retention, but then also attraction, because it's easy to find yourself in the attraction game because you fell asleep at retention.
Yeah, so employees cost more today. There's just significant upward pressure on wages because of the war for talent that we talked about. I don't think that's a bad thing, to be honest with you. At a certain level, wages had been fairly stagnant for a number of years. It's certainly challenging, as a business owner, to try and fit that extra cost into your budget. But I think a couple of things that a couple of watch outs from my perspective. Going to market to attract talent, you're going to spend more typically than what you have in the past. What that can set you up for internally is that you may create a situation where you're moving away from the parity and equity place with your current employees. So the more you're hiring, the more I would just suggest that you continue to look internally and make sure that job to job, employee to employee, that you're not neglecting your current staff, because that'll put negative pressure on your ability to retain staff as well. The opportunity for hybrid work we're seeing an awful lot of that. And some roles that's well suited to that, but making sure that you've determined if you can accommodate that within your organization. And then flexibility is just a big deal. At all levels, as we're hiring folks, people are asking almost out the gate before they talk to us about salary and benefits, because they assume that that's where it needs to be. How much time off am I going to have? Can I work from home a couple of days a week? What does that flexible workforce look like? And that's what we're seeing in our experience.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing. that we're seeing too, and I think that flexibility, I think, is one part of the generational issue that you talked about, Spencer. That's going to be important to do, and we were talking about that at Michigan Works pre-pandemic. So, but I've again read something the other day that some of the changes coming down the pike that people were thinking, oh, it's going to take, the experts say, 10 to 20 years. We did it. Well, we've all had to do it in 2, maybe because the pandemic condensed things so much. But it's a changing time, so to speak, and so take that into consideration. I'm going to sneak something else in here, but the first question you asked me about some of the practical things, we have Connor Powell over here. He's our apprenticeship coordinator for Michigan Works. That's another thing that's happening on the front line. So if you can focus on earn and learn type of things, like on-the-job training from a broad perspective, but call Spencer. We've got some apprenticeship opportunities, expansion grant opportunities in the UP where we need 200 new apprenticeships in a couple of years. So if you can get people into apprenticeship programs where they can earn and learn at the same time, that helps people across the board not only get the skills they need, but also take care of their family because they're earning and learning at the same time. So that's another strategy to use on that. So thanks.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
A couple of very practical things in your postings. Anytime you can post your pay, post your pay. You'll get about 30% more applicants, and they've already pre-vetted. I mean, they already kind of know what the pay range is. Sometimes that causes internal issues, and companies don't want to do that. But if you can post, try to post your pay. The other good thing about posting your pay, if you're not sure if you're in the market, you have a hard time finding comps for that job, or you're just not sure if it's right. If you post your pay, especially on social media, you'll hear about it. I mean, you'll hear like, "Are you kidding me? Like, that's terrible." And so you'll kind of get this audience feedback really quickly, and then be able to use that to help you inform your decision making. Because salary.com and sites like that they're really useful to get in ballpark, but when it comes to regional differences and what have you, it can be a real challenge to know. I mean, the variation is incredible for same job in different cities, even within the UP.
I found that to be true, Spencer, with anything that is a self-report. So if you're able to go out and share your salary, it tends to be less applicable than something that is where someone's actually done some specific research and reached deep into companies. So if you're in a particular industry, it's not unusual for industry associations to have wage data that's available to you. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has some wage ranges available too, so it doesn't always have to be a for-pay. Because we're in life sciences and med device, we have a subscription that we use, but it's worth it because it helps us be really specific with candidates when we're setting those pay levels, so that one, we're not wasting time with a candidate who has salary expectations that we can't meet, and that we're not missing a great candidate because we didn't hit the compensation spot on.
In addition to that, we did a comprehensive salary survey a couple of years ago and used a lot of those same sources. But one of the things we do every year when we make adjustments, we take a look at what's entry-level pay, but how are we being fair to our current people to keep that equity in line, because before you know it, it can get out of line pretty easily. So you have to pay attention to that and use that from a strategic perspective to stay on top of it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Pay is something that you want to adjust incrementally and often, because if you let that can get too big, it's just a really difficult ask. Yeah.
A lot of worms coming out of that can.
Yeah.
I would assume from the start that all of your employees know everybody's pay. They may not know exactly, but if they don't know, in fact, there's actual research on this. If they don't know it, they're going to assume the worst. They're going to assume everybody else is making more than them. So they will definitely talk.
Yeah.
Great advice. We do have a question here.
So my question is around pay, and I think one of the definitions of economic development is when you raise the lowest class wage earner up the scale, right? So Bill, I know you guys you have a report. I don't know if it's monthly or quarterly. I know it's quarterly for sure, but it shows the pay of the job seekers that go through Michigan Works, and it's like 20 or mid-20s.
Mhm.
And you look in the paper, and it's way more than they're paying in the paper or they show in the paper. So my question is, with the way that wages are going up here in the last 3 to 6 months, that's going to blow your number right out of the roof, isn't it? Or you think that's going to stay level?
Well, I might have to defer to my staff, who are the experts on this. So, but I'll take a stab at it. It's because some of that is specialized because of all the federal grants, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and other funding that we get. So there's a formula that we have to abide by. We can't be the lowest. We don't want to be, because we're getting monitored on. Are you meeting the expectations of the federal legislation? So that's probably a little bit smaller subset, but you have a point there. It's a balancing act. So how do you keep raising things but they still make sense within the greater economy? Yep. So anything else to add over there, Deb or anybody? Okay.
So let's talk a little bit then about about this process of first of all knowing what your employees want, but then also knowing what the marketplace is doing. We talked about some industry publications, salary surveys, but how about even just working conditions? Gina had mentioned talking to employees, about recruiting, and they learned a lot about what the current employees were looking for. Employee engagement, what type of role does that play? What types of tools and methods have you seen to engage so that the strategies really kind of hit the right spot in terms of retention?
Great question. The tactic that we've used is to do some routine pulse surveys. So we can contract with Gallup, who's a global surveyor, and engage around their Q12, which is basically 12 questions that get at the employee experience. But I don't think you can really discount how important it is to have a relationship with and have some conversation with your employees. They're dying to tell you what they want and what they think. And so having some routine focus groups where you're really just getting to know staff and what do they like. One of the things that we learned when we did that was very similar to what Gina shared, was that our employees were disappointed that we weren't more active in the community, and in particular around charitable giving. And so we were pleased to build out a program that we started to offer our employees volunteer time, so that we gave them opportunities to volunteer collectively with a group, so there's some engagement and team building there. But if you've got something that's really near and dear to your heart, we want to be able to give you time on behalf of our Resolve Surgical to be able to go and do that. And it helped us get to know our employees a little bit too. We had no idea that this person was interested in dogs, or maybe they were doing some volunteer work with their church or something else. So we found that to be really useful, and we're getting a lot of positive feedback back on that. And again, it links right back to that broader purpose, right? Maybe it isn't the job, maybe it is about what you're passionate about in your life or in your community.
I think from our perspective, as a small business, we have 18 people, so it's fairly easy. It's basically one-on-one communication. What do you want? How can we get you there? But it's also, if you ask people what they want everything. They want higher pay, more flexibility, more interesting work. And so then it becomes about trade-offs. It becomes, okay, if you could do this job, super flex schedule, work from home, whatever, but make $5 an hour less, would you do it? And some say, hell yeah, and some say never. And so you try to let them kind of make the choices that make sense for them. And then ideally let them switch if they realize I made the wrong choice, or now I want the $5 or whatever. It's almost like, it sounds a little bit cold, but taking things that are very squishy and putting a dollar value on them, saying we can give you that, but there's a cost. And we do that quite a bit, where we might have two people doing the exact same job that are getting very different pay, but their workload looks very different, their flexibility looks very different. One is a go-to, always there, on-call type person and show me the money. The other is the exact opposite, same exact job.
There have been national studies that show a fair number of people will pick the flexibility over the pay.
No, absolutely.
That's right.
So that's, something to experiment with. One thing I've did, and you could probably do it in your situation, but with 14 offices, the last 2 summers, my wife and I have gone on the road for 2 months. And I just visit offices, meeting with staff meetings, so kind of the focus group idea, but then also trying to implement, I'll take all the staff out for dinner. And we'll just have a lot of fun at a nice restaurant, having dinner, getting to kind of know each other on a more personal level. So anything you can implement in your company where there's visibility of top leadership staff and you're listening and engaging, build those relationships. Because I think that was a key when I first came to Michigan Works, because there were some transitions that we were in the midst of, like forming or putting 3 Michigan Works into one after Governor Snyder is prosperity region. So there was a little bit of, let's say, angst in the Upper Peninsula, but it's all worked out pretty well. But I went around and visited all board members, because I have 2 boards, and then visiting partner groups and staff, and just getting out there and communicating, I think helps build that culture and that trust that you want to have throughout your organization.
So speaking of trust comes from knowing people, having real relationships. Now there is definitely a trend toward flexibility and remote work. I think about even in our own association, we've not had much turnover in the last few years. In fact, many people have made their careers at SPM, and which is just a wonderful thing. So we could go remote when the government said we had to. In office work, we do compliance education. So even when everybody else stopped following the rules, we still followed them. But it was one thing for us when this team already knew each other. They already trusted each other. They already had the types of relationships that were required in order to hold the culture together, even when we weren't around each other all the time. Now we're in more of a hybrid type schedule, and it'll never go back. We did a survey. We asked at that time all 27 members of the team, would you like to go back to the regular 8 to 5 in the office, all of us together? Would you like to have some sort of flexible hybrid schedule, or would you rather be fully remote? And 100% did not choose 8 to 5 in the office. So there wasn't a single person. By the way, I took the survey too. So there was not a single person among the entire team that said, yeah, no, I think it's really important that we show up at 8 and we leave at 5. That it just was something that was done. But here's the thing, is that you couldn't just let everybody be remote. Some of the jobs required there to be for people to be in person. So it's kind of a 2-part question. How do you hold your culture together, especially as you have turnover in new people? Or maybe you're building a new culture. But then also, how do you deal with potential jealousy or animosity between certain types of employees that can work remotely and other types of positions that can't?
Snacks. Yeah, we had that exact scenario, right? When the world turned upside down, we had all of our engineers and our accounting staff, and it was like saloon doors, right? When we're like, you got to work from home, and everybody was gone, and then we had these awesome production employees who didn't have that option. And so we did actually do an awful lot there was a lot of ice cream sandwiches eaten in during COVID. It's a balance. I think it's a challenge on both sides. And one of the things that we do is we try to, we highlight some wins of the week from a production standpoint and from an office standpoint. And we try just to humanize the group, right? We highlight that everybody, to your point earlier about the accountant, does he or she feel as important as the person who's, closing a sale? Really just talking about the contribution that they're making. I'm super proud we were able to do this yesterday. We've been really transparent with our financials, and our CFO says that accounting is love because it just brings everything together, which I just was like, where did we get this guy, and how did you pass the drug test? But he's awesome, and he's insistent that everybody, our janitor, our production staff member, our engineers all understand the basics of the business and the basics of how we get paid and how we're successful. And yesterday we got to announce to our staff that we're expanding our incentive compensation to every single member of the team. But we're going to expect that you're going to understand what EBITDA means, and that here's how you can positively impact EBITDA. And so you're going to be able to participate in those gains. And so pulling some of the sort of norms that separate the teams, I think has been really important to us. It's the right thing to do in my mind, just from a business ethics standpoint, and it's the right thing to do from a preparing for growth standpoint. So, and when I look back on my 90,000 hours, that's going to be one of the things that I like.
So kind of pulling both pulling the curtain back a little bit,
yep.
Letting everybody in on the secret, but then also, it sounds like empowerment too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So if you know Daniel Pink, he's a seminal writer around the world of work, and he did a piece on motivation, and there were some key components that we all assume that economics are really the driver, and for some people it is, but for most of us, to your point earlier, Brian, we want to think that we're changing the world, right? We want to think that we're involved in something bigger than ourselves. We want to have a little bit of autonomy. And there are strategies around how you can build that into your workplace, actually, and the benefits that it has. And then some personal mastery, right? I want to feel like I'm getting better at something, whether that's my job, whether that's yodeling, or whatever you do in your off hours. And I think if you look at employees in that way, you see them as whole people, and you can create strategies around that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's key. One of the things I tell our staff, and I did this when I was first hired, and we had an all-staff meeting, but I think it's part of our orientation too, but I announced to people, trust is assumed and given. So just show up. We assume you know the job, or you'll learn it. So we want to get out of your way, and we want you to build the relationships and have the trust. So go for it. And have fun doing it in the meantime. We like to have fun, because some of the same ideas that you talked about. I don't know if Steve Leto is still here from our staff. Steve, is still here? He's our resident disc jockey out of the Ironwood Bessemer office. He disappeared, okay. But he has a thing where every week he asks one staff person, what's your favorite song or songs? So people get to post that. We get to see what different people like. So my taste is a lot different than some of our younger staff. So since I go back to the 60s and 70s, but I'm vocal. Anyway, but yeah, it's just those kinds of, well, I think one of our other mottos is we want to surprise people with who we are. And so I think that applies to anybody. Surprise people in a nice way, so there's an expectation there that, there's something to connect to. And I think that's part of that purpose, and people feeling like something, or they're part of something bigger.
There's a lot of focus in recent history on culture and driving the right culture and what have you, which I think can be good, but it's ultimately culture almost always comes from the top. So the owner, the CEO, whatever they're like, that's going to just kind of go downhill. If the owner CEO is very serious and focused on the financials, no interpersonal stuff, then that's going to be the culture. If the owner's kind of goofy and fun, but doesn't look at the books, that's going to be the culture. So you can fake it a bit, but ultimately the culture is going to kind of happen naturally. And if you want to change it, the owner should look in the mirror.
Yeah, when we were fully remote with just a core team in once a week to get the mail and do the stuff that you couldn't otherwise do, we did these staff meetings, and it was Zoom and the Brady Bunch picture there, and so we started adding on different things. getting to know each other and meeting the pets and the kids and all that kind of stuff that you otherwise would see in the inside of people's houses that you wouldn't have ever seen before. But asking what's your favorite band? Like when I asked, I put a catch on it. Like, what's your favorite band? Unless it's Taylor Smith, and tell me your second favorite. And nobody said the correct answer, which is the Beatles. I don't know.
Well, I remember when Quentin Messer first came, he went around with an introductory little game with the state CDC group, I believe it was, and he asked everybody what their favorite song was. And I remember saying, well, and many of you will probably relate to this. He's kind of a folk rock jazz singer. I'm blanking on his name, but he has a song called I Don't Like Half the People I Love. So that's my favorite song for the moment. But because I think we can all identify with that in some way, shape, or form. So
right.
Anyway.
Well, why don't any?
How about childcare? What can you say about that? Is that impacting any of your?
It's childcare. Yeah.
Well, this might be a strange. We have a lot of employees who are they're moms basically, who were professionals in other industries, made a lot more money, and never saw their kids and traveled all the time, and they came to us because of the flexibility. Now we're not providing, and they're providing their child care, but we're providing them with the flexibility to handle it more on their own, I'd say. So that's a small business approach. And we get incredible talent at a bargain rate. And although some of those bargain rates are not so bargain anymore, but when they first came on, and on that topic, one thing for anybody at the business in the UP, if you see somebody from another place who's making way more money, don't exclude them from your pile. Talk to them. Because there are tons of great applicants who want to come back to the UP, and they will take massive pay cuts. I mean, just they'll work for a third sometimes of what they're making today, and then 3 years later you talk to them and they're happy as can be. So, and I'm not saying it's not a flag, because it is a flag, but just don't exclude them, because a lot of times employers won't even want to talk to them, and they can be great hires.
Michigan Works, we have a child care initiative UP-wide. Sarah Lucas, who you saw in the previous panel, she's chairing it for us, but we've got about 30-some members on there. There are some businesses, local economic development organizations, InvestUP is part of it, the Great Start Collaborative and other child care providers. So we're trying to take a look at what are some new ways to look at child care, because I'll just kind of lay it out there. I think the old way of doing childcare, or the typical way of doing childcare, is getting dated. I'm not sure we're going to get to where we need to be with just doing the same old thing. So I've had some conversations with Joe Teal from Innovate Marquette. And if you know Joe, he's not short on new ideas. But how can businesses be part of that? Because he's got some models in other places where businesses have on-site childcare, or they collaborate with other nearby businesses. Is there a way to use existing employees with release time to care for kids? And now you have to balance that out with what requirements are in place for safety and all of that. But I think we want to explore some of those ways. But childcare is just a huge issue. Yeah.
It's not, and I want to knock on something. It is not risen to the level of an issue for us. And yeah, it's just, our production staff, it's not come up as an issue. We're certainly keeping our eye on it. We offer an awful lot of flexibility and work from home options on the other side. So for us, it's not been an issue, but I have empathy for the organizations, and I'm sure there's great minds out there coming up with some models.
Hey, listen, I got to give these guys a little bit of a break, because
All right.
I sailed right from ours into your presentation, and I'm sure that people might need a quick 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a quick break here. We're going to come back at 4 o'clock for the advocacy session. I think you'll get a lot out of that. I hope you'll stay and take that in. I want to thank this group, on the panel. A lot of great insight. If you have other questions for them, please grab them while they're still here. And let's take about a 10-minute break and reconvene here shortly.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our last session. So if I could have, I see Marty's already up here. Dave Nyberg's going to come up as well. And so a couple of things. First of all, the sessions are being recorded. If you want to come back and look at anything or rewatch something, please feel free to do so. Also, I wanted to mention that while we do have a reception and refreshments afterward that we can hang out and network for a little while, we were planning on having Quentin Messer here, but his plane got canceled because they don't have great weather down south like you have up here. It was canceled on the south end of the trip, so unfortunately he's not going to make it up today. I really did want you guys to meet him. I'm a huge Quentin Messer Jr. fan. And I think he's going to do a great job at the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. So this final panel, we're going to talk about engagement in community policy and even politics, where a lot of policy is decided. And over my career, that has been private sector and public sector, and kind of in three stages. My third stage here in nonprofit, I've spent a lot of time around successful people. And there's one thing that I've found that a lot of successful people have in common is that they engage at a very high level in their communities, including in policy discussions and even in politics. And that, I can't point to a place on the balance sheet or the income statement where your civic engagement in this way shows up, but I'm very confident in saying that it does, that it's important, that you're being a part of driving a discussion and the direction that people, or the direction that things go in your community because you're one of the people that showed up to do it. And so I wanted to have this discussion here with two people that I know really well, and I know you guys know them well also, but they're in different roles than when I first met them. And so as we talk about how to engage with the system, I thought the first thing to do is maybe have Marty and Dave just talk about the parts of their lives before their current positions, and by way of background, didn't want to assume that people knew. So let's start with Dave.
Sure. Thanks, Brian. And we'll try to be brief because I think Marty and I are standing between you and a cocktail maybe, but we'll try to make this interesting, and please ask questions if you have them. My name is David Nyberg. I think I know most of you, but not all of you. Grew up in the UP like Gina, pretty stereotypical, couldn't wait to leave, left, went and spent about 11 years down in the East Lansing area and did law school down there. And I worked in the legislature for a while in various roles, and then I was a lobbyist for a conservation nonprofit about the time I graduated from law school and really wanted to be here back in the UP. And I had met my wife, then girlfriend, Tracy, in East Lansing, and we had an opportunity to move up to the Marquette area, and we did in 2011. I had the really great honor of working for Rick Snyder and his administration, which is where I really got to know Brian better, and really worked as his liaison to the Upper Peninsula and Northern Michigan. Mark Ponte's here. Mark had that job for a while too. And it really is a role that focuses on, yes, helping the administration achieve its policy objectives, but that starts with building relationships in the region and finding where there's a mutual objective and how to work together with various stakeholders and constituents, and as Rick Snyder would call them, customers. And so that was really a great and a tremendous experience. I worked in the governor's legal division for a little bit as the liaison to tribal governments and working on some natural resources matters. So have kind of a personal interest and background in natural resources and law and policy, and I do some volunteer work around that area. But right now I work in Northern Michigan University here, kind of a similar role, but different objective, right? Working on behalf of the university to build partnerships with businesses, with other NGOs and economic development organizations to see how we can work together in advancing the economy of the UP while also creating opportunity for students. So universities, of course, on that supply side of economic development. And so we do work with Marty and InvestUP and many of you here in this room on a regular basis, and really in serving our regional comprehensive mission, trying to make sure that we're being a good partner in helping you achieve your goals, but also helping NMU students and alumni reach their full potential as well. So really great to be here. Happy to talk about advocacy. I think it's really important, and it's just fun to get back together with Marty and Brian for a little bit here. So thanks.
Marty.
Thanks, Brian. So just as an aside first, I too am a big Quentin Messer fan. Truly passionate, caring, and making a difference at the MEDC. And in fact, you will soon hear about two pretty big deals in the Upper Peninsula that initially were no's, and I think because of his leadership, they are yeses. I would like to think it's because his nickname is Marty. So we hit it off immediately, but it does show what a difference engagement can make because there was a meet engagement after those no's to him and his senior level team. And it's proof that indeed, if you do engage and you do it respectfully and diplomatically, that you can really effectuate change. So I find myself sitting here never really when I started out in school and envisioning what my career looked like, thinking it was a career that would ever touch on politics. I practiced law for 12 years, and as that career was coming to an end, I was reacquainted with a friend who was like a brother to me. I grew up next to Tom Casperson, and our relationship was rekindled. He was kind of the big brother that I always wanted. When there was a fatal log truck accident on M95, I represented the log truck driver who was charged with involuntary manslaughter at the time for killing a mother and her newborn baby. And so Tom was a log truck driver, and so I reached out to him to say, I need somebody with some expertise to tell me from an industry perspective if he was negligent and criminally responsible. And so from that, the logging industry got together, had a task force to ensure that horrible tragedy never repeated itself. And so they devised the crib trailer was one of the recommendations of that task force. And so to require or to carry the same amount of payload, 162,000 pounds, they needed an additional 2 feet of length on the back end of the truck. So no more weight, just hauling it differently so that the logs were encased in a crib, essentially. And so they had conversations with MDOT, and a bureaucrat told Tom, we're not going to license this, and if you don't like that fact, go change the law. And so Tom was so offended and motivated by that comment, he did just that. He went and ran for the State House in 2002, in an upset, was elected, and the very first law that he passed was after the little girl who died, Shayla Jilke, and so that legalized and permitted crib trailers. So I think it's a really good example, Brian, of indeed you can make profound change, but I think as we talk, you don't need to be a state legislator to do it. You can be like Tom Casperson, a man who had no formal education beyond high school, was passionate, and cared about his community. And so the 14 years I spent in the legislature were profoundly meaningful to me because we got a chance to impact the Upper Peninsula in so many important ways. And I got a chance to work with such good people like Brian Calley and Dave Nyberg. And sadly, I'm the old guy at the table. So I met Dave when he was an intern for Speaker Craig DeRoche at the time. And I met Brian Calley in his first year when he was elected to the House. And he was the minority vice chair of banking. And at that point in time, I was in House policy. And so Brian would have been the ranking member of that committee. And I was trying to advise a banker on what good House policy was. So not the easiest position to be in, but as he is here, was always just so kind and led with just a charitable approach. So it's great to be back with them both.
You're very kind. Actually, I kind of forgot I was on that committee.
With good reason, because of the policy advisor.
Yeah, my private sector career was in banking, 10 years in banking before I ran for office. And in kind of a similar origins story where it was, a friend of mine was on the county board of commissioners. I didn't even know what a commissioner was. I paid attention to other types of politics, but not local. And she said, we need to revamp the accounting system in the county. And we don't have any accountants or people with formal financial training on the board. You ought to think about running for office. And I thought, well, maybe I will. You know, I didn't even know who my county commissioner was at the time. And but that's when I decided to run. The guy who was in office was waiting for somebody to step up, and he decided to retire at that time. I was unopposed in my primary and general election. I highly recommend unopposed elections, by the way. Highly recommend it, as far superior to every other option. But but loved it, you know, like to really be able to make a difference. In that case, serving in office, and then you know, the state was kind of going downhill, and I thought, well, you know, let's straighten out the county. Let's go straighten out the state, and found out that the state was much trickier. But when I'd met the two of you in the caucus in different fashions in that way, there's a you know, you really get a sense for you know, the intensity of constituent engagement, and where the real ideas, insight into where the problems are and where they come from, and kind of using that to guide the direction. Maybe just some thoughts on good engagement. So, you know, my guess is that most people in here aren't going to go out there and run for office, right? That's not what you aspire to do. But you might look at the system and say, you know, I think it ought to be changed. And so if you want something to be changed, what are some ways to take those first steps and engagement so that you can put yourself in a position of influence with those decision makers? Either one.
I guess I think of two main categories, right? And this is kind of coming from the perspective of having had worked for a governor, right, and legislator and a caucus leader. So you get engaged with a lot, right, in various ways. And I guess the two categories really are kind of in terms of coalitions, like the Small Business Association of Michigan, for example, or in your individual capacity in the Tom Casperson story. Both can be equally as impactful, and it can be both, right? So many of you might find yourself identifying with, you know, a coalition that you belong to, or maybe you want to create, or, you know, in your individual capacity, you have something that really matters to you, and you want to work with policymakers at the local, state, or even federal level to affect change. And I think that it really comes down to relationships, right? I think the core of engagement and effective engagement is at the relationship level, and that, you know, goes along the spectrum of establishing a relationship to start, building that relationship over time and sustaining it. But the foundation for relationships, I think you all would agree, is trust. So you don't earn trust right away, and so it's not really the greatest idea to walk into a policymaker's door and say, I demand this, or, you know, having an antagonistic you know, approach, and you'd be shocked, maybe not, how often that is the dominant approach. It doesn't work. Bullying doesn't really work. Maybe sometimes, I don't know. But really, I think effective engagement, especially if you're setting yourself up for a positive relationship over time, you're also setting yourself up to being able to react to opportunities that you might not anticipate that will benefit you in the future. And I can think of a couple of examples for that. Of course, having good messaging is always important, so making sure that your messaging is very clear, it's convincing, but I think most importantly, authentic. If you're coming in with an objective and a message that you're clearly a poser, that's not going to work, and people are going to smell that a mile away, right? So I think sticking with what's authentic to the purpose, making sure you feel passionately about it. If you really, maybe you have to ask yourself that, am I advocating for something that I truly want, or my organization truly wants or not, and that's going to be very important. And then, of course, timing and luck always factors into things too. I think we all recognize that those are factors that come into effective engagement. But I also want to say, from a staff perspective, it was, I think, my first lesson with this. I was working, my first job in the legislature was a legislative assistant for Speaker Craig DeRoche, and that came after interning with him for a while. And it was, maybe I shouldn't have been shocked, but, you know, kid coming from the UP, I was absolutely astounded at how many different interest groups or perspectives were vying for attention. And so, I kind of had in the back of my mind, oh, the bad special interest, right? You hear it in the radio or on TV ad, and you probably immediately have a negative connotation with special interest. And it still is used in a negative context in campaigns today. Well, there are a lot of really great special interests out there, and many of you probably have multiple special interests that you believe in, whether it's sustainability or climate change or mitigating the impacts of climate change, or maybe it's a trade association that you belong to, or maybe it's advocating for entrepreneurs and small businesses. And guess what? Everybody has somebody that represents them in Lansing and in the federal level. And so my job was primarily organizing all of these bill requests that came in from lawmakers like Brian Calley. And there's a whole system that, anyway, I won't bore you with it, but it's kind of the blueback system. And before a bill becomes a bill, it becomes a blueback, and legislators go and ask for other legislators to co-sponsor it. It gets introduced, and there's a whole cataloging process for it. And that was kind of my educational moment in learning about the legislative process and how it really works. And I guess what I'm trying to say, coming back full circle, is that even lobbyists that were very well compensated and very seasoned, if they're coming in with an antagonistic approach and they're talking to a 21-year-old staffer, probably not going to get as much support. And you would be shocked at how many 21-year-old staffers, how much of an influence they have in the process. As Marty can validate in his experience too. But it really, I guess I'll leave it there. I could go on, and I know we're going to talk more about this, but it comes down to building relationships, effective messaging that is authentic, and having good timing.
I would just add to that. I so agree with Dave that it is about the relationships and the approach. And one of the things that's special about the time that I served is so many different experiences. And, Dave was especially gifted to handle some of that. There's a city manager nearby that I've never seen such a shocking display of just treating someone rudely, and how Dave was able to really handle that well beyond his years at that point. But as I'm watching this local city manager, I'm thinking to myself, how is he advancing the interests of his city, treating the governor's regional director as he was? And so I think it's about treating others as you'd want to be treated. And in the Upper Peninsula, we really have a strategic asset that, and I wish there were more people, particularly just citizens and small business owners, to hear this. We have such an opportunity that we don't always appreciate in the Upper Peninsula, and that's access to your legislators. And it's unique, and it's something that we should all be taking advantage of, because you can drive change. You absolutely can. And so what I would say is, to the point Dave's making about building that relationship, is meet those legislators where they are at. That's the first thing that I would say, because they are very busy. And so I know in today's world it's really easy to dismiss that they all have self-serving interests, and there's such cynicism and skepticism. I dare say the legislators that I've been around, and this is beyond the Upper Peninsula, are really sincerely motivated. Maybe it's different on the federal level, but by and large, they are sincerely motivated, and they're because they believe in something. There are some exceptions, but that's not, generally speaking, the case. And so they are presented with an awful lot to manage. So help them to help you. Go meet them where they're at. So use an opportunity through an SBAM to have an introduction, but then follow up with them where they're at. Go to their community. If you are in Munising and Sarah Cambenzi's your rep, come over to Marquette and meet with her. Make it easy for her. Offer to buy her, and if she were married, her husband a lunch, and have conversation over lunch. So anything you can do to make it easier to engage in that conversation is important to do. And to Dave's point about be authentic, I would go one step further with that. I think that's really important to be genuine. Part of that, though, is volunteering weaknesses about your issue as well, because the last thing a legislator wants is to be advocating for a cause and be caught flat-footed about something that he or she was not aware of. And that puts them in a really difficult spot. So educate them on your issue, and start small and be persistent. So if there is something about your issue that is in the news, send it off and say, hey, no need to respond, but I just wanted you to know that this is going on and explains why this issue is important. And engage the staff in that respect as well. Get to know the staff and engage the staff, educate the staff, and make it easier on them because they too have an awful lot in front of them. So everything you can do to help them manage your issue will be appreciated and it will be returned. And so there are definite strategies that you can use, but stay in front of them and make it easy for them to take on your issue.
Yeah, a couple nuggets to pull out of that. You know, one is kind of the golden rule. You know, if you think about it, if you were trying to convince somebody to do something or to agree with you or take some action that you wanted them to take, or somebody was approaching you and saying, hey, you stupid SOB, why are you such a knucklehead? I hate you. Will you do this how I want you to do it? Like, you would never take that person seriously, but that's kind of how political discourse has been trending. And so when you take literally the opposite approach, one of consultation and relationship and laying foundation and showing just and hopefully there'll be mutual respect, but putting that olive branch out, especially when you have a disagreement or you want somebody to change their position or to influence their position in a different direction to where they're going, an abrasive approach, it might make you feel better, but you can be loud or you can be effective. It's really hard to be both at the same time. And so if it's enough just to get it off your chest, well, I guess you get it off your chest, but you're not really going to change anything. If you want to change it about relationships. And then speaking into relationships, I always considered it kind of the sweet spot of advocacy when you've set up your representative for success in that you've shared information over a period of time on an issue or some subject matter, so that when it comes up and it's time for them to make a decision, what are they thinking about? Oh, Mark talked to me about this. Oh yeah, this is that issue he talked, like, it's one thing to have the interest groups, and you know, there's good and bad interest groups. The good ones are the ones that agree with SBM positions, the bad ones that are opposed to SBM. But there's so there's good and bad interest groups out there, but but the thing is, like, it's one thing for there to be like a well-polished position statement. That cannot compete with that person saying, oh yeah, Sarah Lucas brought this to my attention a few months ago on this issue. And even if they don't remember exactly the details, it's like, I better follow back up around there. That's the sweet spot. And so it's not like, oh, the issue popped and all of a sudden there's this flood of information in because there's a vote coming up and I don't want to say you're too late, but you've missed a lot of opportunity to have laid the groundwork ahead of time. So maybe we can, as we think about just kind of closing up in the next few minutes, and if anybody with questions, if you want to raise your hand, and maybe Rich can get a microphone to you. But what are, as we think about kind of wrapping up this discussion, what would you say to people who have kind of standing in a community, but it's so complicated and confrontational out there today, and it's almost like afraid to engage, because what if we're going to get pulled into something that reflects negatively on my business, on the organization I'm associated with, or whatever. Maybe just some words of wisdom about navigating complicated political times and while you're engaging.
Don't make it political. Make it personal. Letters are better than emails. Phone calls are better than letters. Coffee chat or a beer, chat over a beer or coffee is better than a phone call. But to Marty's point, meet the policymakers where they're at. Don't make it burdensome on them. And sometimes even just a text message. If you have that, if you've been intentional about building that relationship, or maybe it's a longtime friend or whatever, maybe you're on the opposite side of an issue, send a text message and say, hey, I'd like to talk to you about some of the things you might have read in the news, or I'd like to talk to you about where we're at on this issue. It's crunch time, or whatever the case may be. Those are the types of little nuggets that'll really get you, in my experience, will get you really far. And I think also just, don't be afraid to follow up even if you've had a bad experience. I had one story that's kind of interesting, and I won't name names or anything, but it was a very high profile issue, very divisive issue that one could call, politically motivated on both sides. I was working for the governor, and we had folks, it was very tense and it was very uncomfortable, and tried not to lose my, we know each other. Kids go to the same schools, go to the same church, let's talk about this. And that moment didn't end the way I think it could have, in a better way. But following up with those people later and saying, well, we have a lot of other common issues to work on. I know you probably might feel bad about what happened. Don't let that relationship slide, even if you don't have a lot in common, because at the end of the day, we all have a lot in common, and in the UP, it's advancing opportunities for the UP, and we're going to have to find a way to find common ground. So I guess make it personal, not political. Brian knows, Marty knows. I really, despite having worked a lot of my career in politics, I really don't like politics for the sake of politics. I like the policy outcomes, and I think most people, when it comes down to the core, that's what it's all about. So I don't know, that's my perspective on that question.
Yeah, I would, I think Dave touched on it at the very end. And I would say, as he talks about make it personal, I would say make it about the policy. And like Dave, I wasn't in it for the politics. The politics didn't interest me at all. And I think the unfortunate thing that's facing us today, to your point, Brian, about you're worried about engaging, we're losing. Those of us who don't engage right now, we are absolutely losing, and we're losing to the fringes on both sides. And so it's leaving those of us who want to advance policy and champion change and solutions, it's leaving us out. And so until we take it back, we're going to continue to lose. So Chuck Colson always says, politics is downstream of culture. And it's absolutely true, and that's where culture is at. And we're culture. We have to take it back. And it's up to us to advance the policy, and it's up to us to advance the opportunity and the solution. And I can tell you, Tom Casperson, truck driver from Escanaba High School, passed 118 public acts into law. Some of them very significant, changed lives across the Upper Peninsula. But it wasn't because of him. It was because of ordinary, average people who cared about their communities, like Jack Hubbard in Grand Marais. Here's a township supervisor who was a woods worker, was just frankly pissed that a break wall had been neglected for 40 and 50 years by the state government and the federal government. And he said, I'm not going to stand for it any longer. So he went to work, and it was his passion and his persistence and his approach. He was always kind and affable, big man, bigger than life. So a bit of an intimidation factor there. But he never let anger that you saw behind the scenes influence public discourse. So one man, I would venture to say, saved a community because he secured the funds to rebuild the break wall, including federal funds. Not only did Governor Snyder go in with an obligation that the state didn't have to make, but the feds, I would say, were then shamed into putting money in as well. So I can go on with example after example that ordinary people like us can effectuate real change if you get engaged. And now if I can put in a shameless plug, towards that end, the Upper Peninsula, I would say, was robbed of $50 million when the American Rescue Plan money was pushed out to local units of government. So we now have a proposal before the legislature and the administration to put $50 million into a regional fund. And that's an opportunity to address the issues that underlie population loss for the Upper Peninsula. So there are 20 House members, there are 4 senators, there's 6 department directors, there's 2 office directors, there's chiefs of staff up here tomorrow. So every one of them that you see, here's your chance to engage and say, put $50 million into the regional fund and make it right. So
Can I add to that real quick too?
But don't start with "Hey, knucklehead."
No, that's a really good segue, and we probably should have just ended there, but I can't help myself. Marty's got a really good point. There are going to be a lot of opportunities for engagement in the next couple days, starting with this event right here today that SBAM and Operation Action UP are hosting. But that's the opportunity to build that relationship, and it doesn't have to be about an issue. It can be about welcoming somebody to the UP for the first time, complimenting them on their Stormy Cromer that they're wearing, saying, "Wow, did you know that's made in Ironwood?" I met Gina yesterday. Make them feel welcome, because there will be legislators and policymakers here in the next 2 days that have never been here, and I guarantee most of them are going to leave, and they're going to become ambassadors for the UP because of the wonderful experience they have year after year after year coming to this event and events like it. So
Dave's so right. Say, beautiful Stormy Cromer, but hey, we'd really like to keep Stormy Cromer here, and the way we can do that is with $50 million.
Good point.
So there are tons of opportunities and ways to engage, but in the end, it's just like running your business. It's about relationships with people, and it takes some persistence and patience. You do have to make it a priority, but individual people can make a difference, especially at the state level, and then looking for those opportunities to engage through organizations that you're a part of that might provide some shortcuts in a lot of different ways can be a great way to do it. So I think I'm going to end it there. I had all kinds of other things that we could. Oh, is there a? Okay. Okay. All kinds of other things that we could have talked about, but I just want to make sure that we can, people can have time just to socialize as we close down the day. So thank you to Marty and Dave for joining us.
Thanks,
and
Brian.
Rich, if you have a few parting thoughts.
First of all, can we give these guys a hand? They've served us. They both served the Upper Peninsula very, very strongly for a lot of years. As you can see, they've got some passion about what they feel and what we can do as individuals to impact policy. So don't be afraid to put your arm around a representative and talk about $50 million. On your tables, you have these table tents, and on there is a QR code, and we weeded the crowd down, so your opportunities to win $50 are getting a lot better. We just ask that you go in and fill out that questionnaire for us. The feedback is important. As you know, today was a much different day than what we normally have for Operation Action UP. Our hope is to get much more engaged with the business ownership across the Upper Peninsula and empower them, educate, and bring content to them to help them be successful and help the UP be more successful. So we're getting closer and closer with SBAM in making that connection to the Lower Peninsula and bringing those resources up here, getting the opportunity to chat with somebody like Brian, who has a seat at the table because of his position with SBAM, to sit down and talk with the governor and those kinds of things. So we want to make sure that we're leveraging that kind of stuff on behalf of the Upper Peninsula. And I'm lucky Gina is on our board, Mark, Liz. We have UP representation out of a board of, what do we got, 20?
23.
23. So percentage-wise, based on population, we've got a much higher percentage of that board than we actually have, in membership. So we're trying to affect some change there. I would tell you, take a look at SBAM if you're a small business owner. There's a lot of opportunity. As Gina has also talked about earlier, the opportunity to network with business owners throughout the state of Michigan is a great opportunity. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do with Operation Action UP is kind of bridge that a little bit more and bring those pieces together. There's a lot of great resources at SBAM. I'm thankful for the leadership that we have with Brian. I'm thankful to all of you for attending today. Stay involved, do your survey, and let's have a cocktail. Thank you.
Thanks all.